Island thing that's funny.
You know what? Now that you say it, I think there might be something in that they look terrified, but I think you have to set it up by saying it. They don't have eyelids. Their eyes are so always wide open after the state of eyelids. You know, and then you can say they always look like they're about to get shot. They look like they just don't know.
Well, I say let's stay away. I mean, look, general things. It's not right. No, it's an absolute statement. It's a generalization. Generally, they're always fucking just those types. He's not getting a bunch of shots of gin. And most dudes are doing it harmful. They're not looking wide-eyed and weird. Well, be it. Okay. Average, you can see. If that's the word you use, like the fucking.
Right.
I'm that scared. I love
Bloodshed. Funny.
so put something on with it. Like, most of these guys kill people. There's always a like,
Exactly. I think if it was a minute and a half, that's the next 30 seconds. We didn't know do that. This. I mean, maybe this week you do.
if you kill other people's kids, you're an asshole. You're just spinning up it.
That's great.
That's great. Let's go. Yeah, what's going to work? I guess that's it. Move on from these things.
Take that for that whole thing. So there you go. Like,
Every guy looked like her, and then we got the victim rebuttal at the end. That was really appropriate.
so on Twitter, the content. Again, these girls are with us. You can look on in July. Right, Friday, Bobby. Your next regular, always fun, always goofy, always take a little something and turns it into something a little bit bigger, crazier, very fun style. Figure it together. Sarah Weinstein, everybody.
My mom's getting turkey. I was out there at my parents' house yesterday on the fridge. Just tons of fortune all over the fridge with maggots. I said, Mom, what's going on here? You look mentally ill. And just collecting these fortunes like weird. You're smarter looking than that, Mom. But no, it's weird because it's in Chinese. Fortune cookies, right? They're sort of older, but these tags, if we put fortune
McDonald's employees would never put ranch. We're taught. I did get a sweet and sour sauce for fries. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, fries? Yeah.
The funny thing I get immediately from this is that the real story might be funnier. You're really putting fortunes on the fridge.
Yeah.
And eating Chinese food in Korea, getting it to go, did you buy your Costco fortune cookies just straight up? It's just putting back. Where's the one that's like your husband? She's single or what?
No, she's married to my dad, but yeah. My I was gonna say I forgot. They don't have that.
The joke was, like in a Garfield joke.
I was gonna say that my dad said that.
I see you do 15 minutes. Yourself like I can't fucking believe I just said
I couldn't believe it either. I was like on the phone the whole time.
back to the real thing. So did you ask your mom about the fortunes?
Yeah.
What did she say?
Just, you know. So fun.
How many fortunes you can bring? How many magnets? Take one of them.
Just take it. The magnets have stakes on them. You know, and it's holding up, contradicting each other. Like you ever see those? Like those magnets, those inspirational magnets. No one I said there because my wife went up there and put the fucking and it was just like I was reading the magnet to read this fucking like you know, see what I said?
All your folders open up to you for it. It's like, what you need to do is open up a few for it to get the contradictory. Like open up one where it's like, tomorrow you can find your true love, and then your say, see through love like this for a while, and then find yourself. It's like, what?
And also, because now I'm just thinking that they're going to take, you don't have to use it, whatever. The fortune says something, the magnet says, I have those stupid fucking magnets. You know what I mean? And there's all this shit going on in the refrigerator.
Meanwhile, your mom has more lucky numbers than anybody else in the world, right?
What if the whole thing is like as bad as she is on those, and she doesn't go up to random Chinese people and ask them for advice? And then she takes it before, but she's not like, please tell me, am I going to die tomorrow? Take advice in real life? Well, or no. But I'm saying, for the fact that you can't, she can only get advice.
Ask your mom a question. Probably we're not very close. We don't care about this weird obsession.
Why do the Chinese? Why do people think Chinese people are wise? Because they always look old. That's why they always so. They're the only people who think that feeding those you think they're also talking about it.
So young is actually one of my favorite Chinese people.
You make me feel so young.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about the real thing. Maybe how you're scared that you might end up turning into that, like, that in your family would really concern me. And my mom started doing that. I would ask her many questions about what she thinks it was about. And it seems like you didn't do that. You're just like, oh, don't bother you. Letting your mom go completely.
I talked to her about a will.
How do you think working the technical legacy? Because of the fact that it's like they still, like it's Chinese food, they view the sauces and the napkins and everything. It's not like you don't get a toy now. It's good advice.
I agree with
I made some children and
that. Now's a great time to talk to your mom about her will. Find out if she
can I make a quick observation? That's fun. That's great.
exactly. Thank you so much. Shake on Twitter and Princess. Let's go to anything. like playing basketball. First thing was your kid instead of your, like hoops are a little bit different. There's a lot of basketball players in the crowd on the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. Hey guys, this is fun. It's a different type of set of the audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor for Score. Every audience. Delicious. Audience Score is available. Made it since started 1653. So what do you think? We're talking about Score here. 1653. You're saying Score predates the United States of America? I like to believe it. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think, it seems like they've been making this for centuries. But no, it's just since 1938, everybody. 1930. They've been around a long time. I mean, 1656. I think that was the birthday of early Chuck. Oh, Brian, a completely false fact.
Douglas images and electricity going on here. It's doing his copy all the time. This might be really dangerous.
This is exciting. Some delicious diet sport. And happy for your thirst quencher. Daily sponsor from Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped it.
Loving it.
Sponsors are sponsored. They have to play back with a different
It started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because when we started drawing attention to SeaWorld, they had SeaWorld on the delay.
Yeah. When you just comedy right from home, that's no freeway. You can't face it. So you texting the shit with somebody who can't see the live feed. Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor at Score. That's on everything right now. Like that really mean that's a fucking so it's probably better than a margarita and a sport drink looks good. It would be a first time filled by drenched in delicious caffeine free a first quencher is their slogan by the way. It's not in Discord whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. I love it. Get a steak at McDonald's. But if people here next to you, it's fine. Congratulations. We do this show once a week, and we offer local stand-up comedy. Central Roast Rider, Death Squad Blackbird member, by doing from Idiot, Culture Credits, and Brian, creator of the Death Squad, and always review our finest tracks from the show. And this week's every so getting perspective from two awesome stand-up very, very exciting. The great Joe Rogan and doing my rare we also own an security witness to protect us at all points. It started off as the treated autistic man on diagnosed. He had a very fancy $5,000 plan. He would stay at
Oh, wait, that's
Together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, Spiller of Tequila, accident from the speaker had best and friend of ours. Thought he said it on the air, but he went down Tequila on the team a few weeks ago. Please look over this. That's for the year Josh Martin. Give me a minute. We like Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. For the year together. All right. I can actually measure the confidence. Do we stand anything serious, or is it just somebody that sees just an auto either? Oh God, 1,000 years. Jesus Christ.
I'm here. So Jim Carrey before he was
Wow.
king.
He's here back in the day. You can see Steve Martin started out here.
Maybe I
You're looking to now. All of a sudden, you're killed him. Christ. I didn't give you right now. I thought that was going to be a I'm like, oh, here it is.
Alive. Don't break your fists.
I was just starting to shot of light. It's like humanity stuff. It's like a whole different thing. I was not prepared for that whatsoever. It was a fucking big
I like that flavor.
It's a real surprise. It's a city.
These come from. That's the fucking thing that it juice.
It's a start. Beat me up for studying. Cedric being with anything. Yes.
It's terrifying. Just never had so much. The act you play is probably something terrifying. So you're high. It's a terrifying thing. There's something about being terrified that makes you creative.
Stand and then we talked to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form that's any of them would be just to their name. It really is just usually that's what that's 60 seconds. I'm not out.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Oh, everybody, 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 everybody. If you're asleep right now, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, you need to stay awake. Because the one and only riser has finally bestowed upon us their extremely precious time and effort. So thank you so much. And fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you.
Yo, I was here at like 1 and your stream was down morning and I came back and your thing was all thick and conscious. So but I haven't seen you on your YouTube. And then there's like one on YouTube just on the rumble page but you're the number one streamer of all time.
I am of my 25 streams, like 22 of them went out. It happens randomly. They'll be like the router or something. I can't explain it, but at least 3 of them are still going.
I'm sorry, what part of the continuous human data repository did you think didn't include the word continuous?
It does. It does. It had 3 of them going. I'm not kidding. The top shooting point. It's pretty dark though, but I mean, no joke. Like they'll be able to lighten it in the future. But I say that the scientists and the data archivists of the world. But when I awoke, I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And dude, I did this fucking such a smart thing. I don't know. Oh, well, firstly, apologies that I like basically if it gets past 11. I sometimes don't know if you're coming in on that. Yeah, that I don't know why you come so late. Why is it that you come so late?
Yeah, I'm gonna wake you up at like 3, so not be super late.
I know, but you're
Alright, I got. I didn't know you're the one who's up in the middle of the night all the time.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, Drake, my schedule and my schedule backwards, so I'm Drake.
Okay, well, let's say if you're gonna come in, if you can, and I don't care, you come in like you want, you're welcome here. But if you're gonna watch a documentary or something, try to come in by 10 p.m. If you come later, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be up, but I'm doing my best to try to get my hours straight out because it's just, I just, very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat. So if we can agree on that, but come whenever you want. I love it. Can I tell you some stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first, how are you?
Doing good. I think I hope ChatGPT is helping me slow down my mural and email offer. I was just using it right now to email me and the district person and the Business Improvement Association. We're like trying to keep the wall for the mural festival. And basically, what I propose is like, they're like, oh, we're the wall is now like mural festival. The mural festival is in August. And I just said, look, I've been organizing this mural for like months now, created a site specific design, and provided like all these materials application from like the business owner and the property owner. Please, if you're open to it, just allow it to be a temporary mural installation from like April until the festival, and the festival comes to paint over it, but I just really try to use it as a stepping stone in my career. So hopefully they won't try to sabotage that planet, but they'll be open to it because try to take the least conflict road possible.
I understand.
We'll see.
Do you think
The people who have stolen my wall are going to be nice to me.
Do you think they will be?
I mean, it seems like they have no problem just bulldozing and now steamrolling. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if not, there's also another mural spot that I have permission for. But again, I don't know if it's going to be hijacked the moment I try to apply for permission for another wall, but at that point, can't paint murals in this so it's fine. I have the important thing is that I am so ambitious and confident in my ability to paint murals that I'm not going to let visit one wall of trillions of buildings. It'll work out as our mistake.
Yeah, incorrect. Yeah. Even better than
In the future, long your noses.
not really. Probably not that many.
I mean, what do you consider a building?
Walls, roof.
Are buildings on the inside or outside?
It's just, okay, so this is just, you're not alone in this process. All of us have to go through these kinds of hoops that you have to jump through. And you just be patient. And I would go into this personally just being like, they're gonna say we have to preserve this wall for this certain area for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, there are a lot of walls out there, or a lot of buildings out there, and if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works. And you never know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I have a flower shop in like the alleyway, so do it there, hopefully.
So do you
Even though know that there are other spots that you nicer and then private. So I was gonna say like, maybe let me paint your wall, and if I get a paint user because of the results of this wall, give you like a commission off of it. It's right off the highway, and like hundreds of people come by every day.
Do you have to pay?
That's what I really want.
Do you have to pay for the paint?
I mean, that depends how you structure it. Right now, like the first one, I'm just volunteering my own paint, which I have a decent level. Like paint alone is probably like $1,000 of paint. It's like a can of like $10. I have like hundreds of them.
Yeah, no, that's very paint is expensive.
Yeah, I mean, spray paint, it can be pricey, I guess, but
Well, it depends the type.
yeah.
It depends the type of paint and solids and then you have like if you get like low VOC, like the volatile organic carbon, like environmentally friendly things that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, spray paint, I guess it's generally kind of similar price, but you're just like varnishes for like UV protecting varnishes are like hundreds of dollars depending on how much you need. But I was just waiting for your video today on David Show who I do it for.
Yeah.
And he, even though he's like super rich, unfortunately, he didn't know he put all his money in Facebook stuff, so the developers, but affecting his stock growth. But he still has a massive wealth. We'll go to the Home Depot and there's like a hoops section at the aisle of Home Depot where it's pain. Like someone everywhere and they really screwed up the order, and then he goes to the guy that works there. It's like the bargain bin and just paid, and you can get like I don't know how many liters, probably a gallon or the standard thing. Instead of like $40, like $10, and then suddenly he can like make it $2 as the guy there. And he's also saying that there's like a free wood hack if you go. It's like the wood section where they have like the cutting yourself thing. You just have free things of wood, and so it's still very much spend.
Yeah, there's almost like a game to it, I'm sure, at that point, too. He knows that he could spend extra money for all this stuff, but there's nothing better than a good deal. Especially if it's like crazy. And then he can tell everybody, like, yeah, and like this is all recycled wood, or these are all mixed paints that would have just been, destroyed otherwise. So we basically made an accident with something really beautiful. That enhances the art, in my opinion.
Didn't even think of that. That was very true. I'm sure it is kind of like a game in a way, or whatever, but or maybe it's just like the principle of it, and if you grew up doing that, it's just doesn't leave you. Maybe reading.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, there's I think there's a Reddit called like I think with
I'm in all that. I'm in so many different Reddits I can't count anymore. And I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they banned me. Banned why they have. But like of any website that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, if I'm bored, I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter, it's not Facebook, it's not Instagram, I'm on Reddit. All the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter. It's made me into far more, like I say this with a passion, it's made me into far more well-rounded individual. I mean, so many different things that we've never been into before, especially when it comes to art or cooking or cars or um, books, literature, book of the month, like things that I normally don't have time for that shit. Which maybe I don't. I don't have time to just be like reading a book all the time. I'm doing other shit, but that doesn't mean that I can't follow along with people who are in book of the month clubs or book recommendations or like they even do these really. I love these really aesthetic um, edits of it that'll be like somebody will play like show a picture of just like a mural and they'll say, please recommend me a book that looks like this. Or recommend me a music that sounds like this. And uh, you know what I mean? Like you can get that kind of theme from something, and people be like, oh, like so. Imagine you did a mural and it was like a deep dark forest or something like that. Somebody might say, oh, you should read like Sweeney Todd or Frankenstein or something like that. And like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really. I'm sure it's for AI training at some point because like 40% of all of AI built on Reddit responses. You know, Sam Paul 10% of Reddit. He has the vested interest in it. Um, but there's all kinds of stuff like that. Dude, this is fucking in my own way. Okay, well, let me finish though with you. Uh, you just need to continue to be strong, be patient. They're probably going to reject you, and that's okay. And you've got some other backups, which is totally fine. And guess what? They might not reject you, and you might be able to do that your mural this summer. So, you're kind of in a win-win situation. You've got some good prospects. You've got ChatGPT that's helped you with a lot of the work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, might be some other opportunity. I mean, as long as we just keep the trend going. That's the other thing about that it's like this part that I like is like the game. It's like you see other artists that are doing like creative projects where like they're painting like a cruise ship or they're doing like a mural in like a really sick hotel like lobby or all kinds of mediums basically. Another thing that I'm getting into is getting a sewing machine. Just like so crazy, like my art, like on clothing and stuff. Um, but yeah, gonna keep on. Like,
The worry of mine would be, especially in Italy, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes up, it becomes a target for people to attend. Because of issue.
um, yeah, I mean, that unfortunately kind of, I've definitely seen it happen. I've had friends of mine that have done murals and then some disrespectful person just does their like black bubble letters over it. Um, I think that if you do it on a large enough scale, then it's not really a problem because those people that are quickly doing bubble letter are not going to like go up on like a 15-foot ladder to go over the thing. So you can kind of do it on a scale, but you can also do it, I think. I mean, it depends where, I guess, but if you do something really amazing, typically people like respect it more. And like like cities like San Francisco or whatever. And I've been to San Francisco, and there's some like really amazing girls there, and they've been there a long time because they're really good pieces. It's like people are, I guess. It does suck. You are on something and just turns it, and you have to literally just go back and paint the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
It's just a matter of time. Here we'll get some kind of graffiti on it. They throw like tomato soup on paint. You know what I mean? Like even like, to prove a point or whatever. Hundreds of year old. So I was wondering if there's any kind of like glaze or something that you could put on like an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just tagged it, you could just remove their tag pretty easily. And I'm sure that exists. I don't know how realistic it is. Epoxy that have been in the sun for long periods of time take clouds, or they get yellow, which would change the color of your art. But it's just something that you have to go through. Okay. Anything else? Like you want to share?
Just got my neighbor ordered or received them from China that I ordered a couple weeks ago. Got it here pretty quick. I'm just working around the house because I have these pair of Yeezys that I wore like I don't know, a while ago, a long time ago, and then that I've ever worn. I need a new pair of shoes. My environments are falling apart. About these big Chinese Yeezys, and they're pretty comfortable. So they're gonna be super comfy. Now they feel like shoes, like super spongy, which is why I like. Or like stable, very bland. Yeah, they do pretty good. I thought they were gonna be too big, but they're not. They don't appear. On the internet, they said to buy a size up because they're really narrow-toed shoes. So I got 10.5.
You're sitting in a 10.5.
Yeah.
That's small.
That's,
Or 10. I'm 5'9". I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and I'm a 13. I'm a freak.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you want? What do you want me to say?
Well, my friend is size 14, and he said that it's like nearly impossible to find shoes, like because his feet are so big. So you're almost in that kind of way.
Exactly. I have very big. I have the hands of the same. So I went on. This is like 10, 15 years ago. Like 10 years ago. I got into the Express. Like, it's still like, but they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu. I think they called it. No, I don't know. But, so I started ordering stuff on AliExpress, and it was interesting. It was like it was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come in quickly. You had to sit on it. And I thought, you know what? I'm gonna buy like all these shoes. And I'm not a sneaker head, but like I guess I would probably sort of. At least just having some knowledge of things. And I bought all of the Air Jordans, not every single pair, but the originals and like the different ones, like the main big ones, maybe like 6 pairs or so. And I bought them. I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from the sell that shoe, and like anything bigger than because like Asian feet are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. I found some that would say that they're like a 13. Anyway, all the shoes came in, and they were all great for a smaller person, and I would I don't know, maybe wear my confidence out, and they look like Jordans, but they hurt to wear. So I was wondering if you had the same issue, but you have a more common foot size, so that's good. I'm comfortable with everything. You can't tell the difference, can you?
Yeah, no, not really. I think the quality of these replicas, I mean, the shoe itself is like older. So they have kind of reverse engineered.
Right.
And desire just the words in China selling like Yeezys, like they come up into like the cool store and stuff. And it's pretty interesting how many knockoffs Yeezys, like there's like a whole market. My only concern is that they've got like that border or something that's apparently ordering like replicas are not allowed or but usually people like pairs so pairs that they might care still
Right.
just for walking around.
Very well. Look who's in. Where do you want to play, by the way?
Also William Montgomery, I found out William Montgomery is coming in a couple of weeks. I mean, it's not that I see this guy, but he's performed over the far away, and I could eventually drag a friend of mine and so I could bring it off. So
How much did you for
I'd be like $200.
Oh,
William Montgomery is the way.
okay. Have you ever?
I watched. I watched the video two times. And Montgomery was specific, but
I watch it because I, I love Kill. I'm watching Kill. Like the whole, and, I heard in the people are like, don't if you're gonna one of the Netflix Kill Tony, don't make it this some people. It's not very. So, what did you think of it, Zoo?
it's fucking terrible.
Okay.
Have you not seen his Kill Tony performances? Because he does pretty well most of the time.
It is the history. He picked the Undertaker as yes, and the Undertaker main character. The Undertaker was the main character, and the Undertaker has like this mysterious vibe to it,
Right.
and then for whatever reason, the Rock completely is a great character of the National of the Undertaker.
Right.
Like, you made red tent to the guy. It's just the guy that's saying.
Super friendly and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, just be like, just be like,
Okay. But then he wouldn't be invited us to a podcast. That don't make that much money. They get a lot of WWE has for years, for like almost 50 years. Wrestlers not let them use that don't get health benefits. So at a later age, he doesn't just have the ability to be members of being different. And I understand he's a breaking character. Uh,
Don't tell them that.
yeah, he was different. He came out later. He also did movies.
Yeah.
Okay, what big movie was the other? That's true. That's true. But like Joey Diaz, right? He didn't do the retired one. But John Cena did movies that were like where he was making there. And then he also did a lot of like he sold a lot of merch as well. Not to say that the Undertaker didn't, but John Cena is arguably the biggest wrestler of the last 50. They don't make that much money.
So touring?
Just randomly going to different cemeteries and throwing people through tables. Dude, I remember. Yeah, okay. That's what he made. I mean, like, I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which was long before he was at this time. He was so scary. Yeah, exactly. I understand the Undertaker made a lot of people. So okay, under 30 years, he made $17 million. That's not that good. That's less than $1 million a year. I'm not saying that's, but that's like it's not that great.
I probably made like way less than this.
That's true too. Dude, when he used to come out and he used to play that organ music, and yet he was managed by a guy named Paul Bear. And he would like face off against Hulk Hogan, and everybody would be like a Hulk Hogan maniac. Like Hulk Hogan was like one with America, like the biggest fucking like he was like the ultimate icon of the WWE at the time. And then you get the huge guy who they built at like 7 feet, who's really big dude. I think just say anything. No, David Giant was way bigger. No, that was, he was like 7'3". He was way bigger. And Andre the Giant was, and I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died. And they needed somebody to kind of be that dude in the WWE, and that was the Undertaker. And he would go up there and he would roll his eyes back uh, in his socket, so he just had white eyes. It would freak out everybody. He was just like, larger than life. You think those guys when they're doing that, they're like, oh, instant millionaires, but they're not. They have a lot of bills, and they're on the road all the time.
The Undertaker is like everyone knows the end.
That's true, but the money went like this guy only made $500,000. Vince McMahon became no. Anyway, the Undertaker. Yeah, Tony gets clips of message. And so he merges these two. I think he did a roast of WWE last year. It's not televised, and they did. It's
You think John Cena's like an icon of WWE now.
yeah, he's kind of like it's become a little bit bigger though. I mean, I know he's supposedly like the number one person all time to do makeup, which is into it unless you guys are gonna die. So,
I've heard thinking the Rock was
the Rock, the Rock is like arguably the most uh, makeable person in Hollywood. He has like things in the contract that say he can't lose in the movie, he can't lose a fight in the movie, and if you look at the movie, it's basically becomes a blockbuster. He isn't the top, the absolute top best actor in Hollywood. It's I think it's Scarlett Johansson because you get all those Marvel movies and those, but she doesn't carry those movies as The Rock is much bigger. Did either of you see that Fighter movie?
fan. Who do you think the biggest wrestler
I mean, I'm biased, but it to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing. Before wrestling was really unique in the United States, there wasn't one national brand. There were just regional brands, and Vince McMahon, like Connecticut, basically was able to buy all the smaller, um, all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united them under the WWF and made a lot of money on Andre the Giant, and then eventually Hulk Hogan. And then Hulk Hogan, like, had an entire other career with a different company, WCW, where he was huge. It was like so when you say like who's the biggest wrestler, it was like every kid. I didn't, but like every kid basically under 13 from ages figures 1998 or maybe 1996 to 2000 had a New World Order shirt, having no idea what that term meant because it was wrestling related, and um, he was like an icon of wrestling. Another big one
Okay.
with Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was like the peak WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they would like rip off women's bikinis when they have like naked boobs shown on TV. It was, and then they would use blood. They would hit people with chairs. They don't do that stuff anymore.
Quick subject. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead.
David in charge of officially charged
Oh, I heard Russell Russell Brand or whatever is charged with rape. Is that true? I get all my celebrity news who gets it all from Instagram.
it's not like in charge of the account. It's like kids. Um um and
Rise, are you ready to lose?
charges relationship that you have a relationship, and that was part of a lot of other relationship that should have been charged for trying to cover up the relationship and denying of the relationship to begin with, and not reporting it to authority from that end.
Do you think you should be charged?
I only found out about it after she was promoted to. I only found out who it was after she was promoted.
Same here. I feel I'm missing the deal. Do you know that most of you have invitations? Why is your nose?
Yeah,
What else is
that
new?
was pretty good.
Dude, do you know you have an invitation? Hey, dude, you know I was on an Australian podcast yesterday.
Do you know that that was on the Australian podcast?
It was last month aired. Yeah. So I had a feeling I had sketched things midday, uh, and I just had a feeling that this guy. I hadn't done a follow up with him. Dude, are you gonna accept the invitation? I had like every time that we've done this, we've had like 4 conversations now, 2 of which have been on podcasts. We normally do follow up emails to each other, like, "Hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion" or whatever, just as a like friendly reminder. Okay, dude, we got like 12 invites, but that's okay. Okay, I just sent you one.
Now,
Okay, fine. Um, and I just had a feeling. I don't know why, but I was like, you know what? I bet that if I don't send him an invite, if I don't, he's gonna forget or something. I just figured. I just had a feeling. And
Rabbi,
dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured, you okay, and so I figured he's not going to show up if I don't send an email. And I was right that he did not. So I sent him an email when we were supposed to meet, and like 40 minutes later, he apologized. It's like 3 p.m. California time was like 8 a.m. like Brisbane time, something like that. And so he's like, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects. We talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about um, greening the outback, basically like making it like a like suitable. And this guy's like an ultra Australian, like I don't know. He's like MAGA, but Australia. I wouldn't say that, but like he's like make Australia great again. He's like really into Australia, like Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. Like I like that about him. Like, it's unique. And and so I was like, you can use desalination, basically green the outback. There's a huge amount of land there. He's like, we don't want other people here. And I'm like, I understand, but you all want to have children and grandchildren, right? You want them to have a place to live, correct? And he's like, well, yeah. And like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities, and that's basically all that if you don't expand. Uh, and he's like, no. We talked about building a Bering Strait tunnel so that connects Asia and the United States. We talked about clearing the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and Panama, so that you could drive from North to South America. We talked about. Did you just say "fuck you"?
I said the opposite.
Okay, cool. We talked about. Um, we talked about building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar to connect Africa and Europe. We talked about building a uh, space elevator. It was a really interesting conversation, and this time around we didn't fight. That was good too. Just an overall good conversation.
Did you hear about the like Saudi Arabia is building twice the size of the Burj Khalifa? Basically, there is like super concrete, which like 5 times more durable and expensive than regular concrete, and then so using instead of just regular steel beams, like the special base grade alloy that's like super dense and then like reinforcing the concrete with super steel alloy or super metal alloy. Apparently,
We're dog.
very costly.
They requested that I be a consultant in their project. Yeah, that's
How do you propose the space elevator be built?
yeah, great question. So the main issue is tensile strength of the cable. Like right now, steel cables work like a chain. Like they're only as strong as their weakest link. But there is an emerging type of technology known as carbon nanotubes. Basically, like imagine carbon fiber, uh, like carbon fiber cables, and these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your typical steel cable, and would be able to theoretically take the weight and the environmental impact of being a space elevator, and he was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a total waste of uh, of money just sending rockets up every single time. They're not always replaceable, and why would you spend all this money when you could just build a space elevator? So we agreed on that, which is cool. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20 minutes. So we didn't have like a ton of time to get into anything. There are elements of it that I like about it, but then again, it's like super short. And I wanted to talk about more. Like I wanted to talk about a Red Sea bridge, basically a bridge from Africa to the Middle East across the Red Sea that could be built. That may be very beneficial. But I just was able to touch on
Space
that.
elevator is the point to cool the Earth by just turning ice or salt water into the ice cubes, or what's the purpose of it?
No, a space elevator is a way to go into space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of
You can transfer anything out into space.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable car order into space, but you don't need to use rocket fuel.
Right. I mean, doesn't it need like an anchor at the top of it to like the chain? Just like you know how
Yeah, Zoot,
railroad
go.
goes around.
Yes, I know. Zoot, go. Yeah. So that it needs to be in geosynchronous orbit, and once you get it in geosynchronous orbit, it stays there permanently. Well, so long, like I don't want to say permanently. It needs slight adjustments, but basically, it's like if you get a cable from the Earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous orbit naturally.
So you just have to get it there and then
Exactly. It stays. Exactly. Like you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit?
yeah.
It would be like taking a cable from one of those and bringing it to Earth. I've seen renderings of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, or who have created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida would work that well. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really consistent, or the conditions are really consistent. They don't have to worry about monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones. They have the money to be able to do it. And not only that, about like 3 years ago, I was in a Twitter space with a guy from Kuwait, and he's like, "This is never going to happen." I'm like, "Not only is this going to happen, but in the future, the people of Kuwait are going to listen to this conversation, and they're going to want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I want it to be
I mean, it'd be like basically like the Panama Canal.
exactly.
Only be one. First one came out, there'd only be one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Just, you're 100% right, but like there are.
But you need like a Kuwait space program though to justify it, or they're just doesn't so
They have the perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And I'm an advocate for building another uh, now. There's a way, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one, but it's just very mountainous. And then the other thing is the proposed canal, which is a canal that's basically God, and theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this new canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to Argentina, basically build a new country there. What happened? And these are like projects for the coming century. People don't realize the Earth is evolving to create like a mini colony. Go in the water. You're fucked. Zoo, what happened to you? Zoo, don't go. Zoo, come on. We're gonna play cutthroat. Dude, are you ready to play cutthroat? I know. Um, okay, before we do another game, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, it's fucking been great. All right, so you know what? Yeah, it's like all the Hollywood pictures are taken by a company called Getty. Getty. Other oil. At one time, it was the richest people on earth. Anyway, so it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money for these people. But I figured out a way to just download different pages. And so what I did is I just bulk download like read like Audrey Hepburn and like Marilyn Monroe, like all these people. And I noticed that automatic picture at the bottom just says Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube with my stars. I haven't even been to like, but so I got that. So what's the purpose of this? Maybe to be and you just leave it. Thousands of people will be once a year, and it's just like basically free real estate. Like, why not? Possible. There's a theory. Crazy politics. I don't know why. It's called flooding the zone. That's the theory. Like something bad, like I don't have anything bad publicity, like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi is beating me in search and optimization for my own fucking thing. And so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been dead for 50 years. And I got to overtake that guy. The way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with this. And anyway, I want you to look at some of my. Can you go to a browser? Type in INGFLIP. FLIP. And then type into search. I think that. Now, I haven't been doing this that long. 3 days. These images haven't been populated on Google yet, but they populated on here. And I have,
Please type Rabbi Rothschild.
yeah, those are just, here's the thing. See that? Go down, like, those are just, those aren't the memes, those are wait, hold on. Those are just the templates of, like, all the hot ladies. So if you go to this website, you can see some of the memes made.
That's good. Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
Rabbi.
Do you see where it says images and it says fun? You can change that to all. And you can see, like, actually did make no meat. So, like, do you see the, you see some of them? Yeah, that's me going on, like, this one. That one, that one actually. Or, so anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them have like 34 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views, 10 views, 7 views. Like they just and they only go like, and so they do get views, right? But when you type in Rothschild into Google, it's just more shit of mine that populates. And I only take so many pictures like interesting. I'm not going to Bali tomorrow. I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. Like the pictures that I are like I think I have pictures of me that I uploaded from like Disneyland, the beach, and those feel okay, but they're not long. You know, I'm not like I'm not like a big influencer. But memes do really well. I think it's cool that I created this. See how it goes. And
Probably like other people.
um, and
I mean, there's so many online. Search up your name stuff. I guess I was reading something, or maybe you told me really. I know people are searching for me. Rothschild, yeah, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild.
exactly, yeah. You know the Google suggestions when you type the restaurant, the suggestion that even if my home address is searching this, it's just Google. You know, I get it. Google is taking a historical from ahead of me. It's like you don't know. I agree. All right, this it's not that difficult. It's still difficult. The
Some guy who just results data and get your link above every single thing.
how many companies, say they can do. Everybody says they can do. And then you pay them a bunch of money, and they request you to pay whatever the word is goes above your company. Yeah, it's a pay to places. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it. The only way to do it organically is the way that like content, press releases, memes, all that stuff. It's the only way to do it. Yeah.
You're saying right that culture the database of Google.
Don't you think Google gives just some random guy on Telegram the ability to do
That's just what he claimed. And what else?
it? Come on, let's use our heads. Thing. Google is a trillion dollar company. Why did let him grant that?
He doesn't have permission. Come back or
Right, okay, but don't you think that Google has their back on this?
like the source is not as field site as.
Okay, then why would
I don't think it's a good strategy.
wait, then why would he make his result be number one when you engine optimization when you type it in? Right? That you could do that, then you would make your name number one.
But if you just make it search by a rabbi, the group comes up. But you start talking with like type in rabbi.
Yeah, I will just everybody says they can do that. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars off of suckers, and so
That's interesting.
well, see this, um, maybe they'll say write blog articles that are heavily indexed with search engines, and that worked. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every um, not just city, but even neighborhood. I wrote an article for a car wash, and it was a project that I had that I really doing it, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You can type in uh, turbine car wash, boom, we show up number one. Car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in fabulous cars, boom, we show up. Even like neighborhoods. I would do neighborhoods of places where like you type in like like North Hollywood, like is the neighborhood. So Los Angeles is really interesting the way it goes to neighborhood. Like West Hollywood is it like is it Hollywood? Is it term Hollywood? There is no city Hollywood. It's just a nickname for Los Angeles. It's confusing. Um, but like a city like West Hollywood has incorporated itself, really broken away from the city of Los Angeles. But in Hollywood general means basically, um, but it can also be like you could call Beverly Hills in Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills is its own city. You say with glitz and glam, that's people like it's like moving Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing, like uh, that it's not it's clear. And so I once I wrote these blogs on all like Carlisle, because that's what we want to do. Is Carlisle, and my blogs were everywhere. Yeah, they were the best written things we could get, and they worked so that this ended up when I went to work as a lab because he wouldn't give me time off that this kid from Yale who was a creative writer. And he would take my article and then write 5 articles on the cities that I was written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually like just dominate. I mean that's why even years later, we have to have businesses closed. You like type in like, car wash. That's how much I the second become president. Anyway, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the no, we'd say the biggest market in the biggest state in the biggest economy in the world.
That's all failing internet.
I can't. That's what I do. But I'll never forget where it was when I heard these guys about SEO. I just joined this company. And they're talking SEO, SEO. What did you say? They're like SEO. I'm like, okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is. They're like it's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on it's how you get your stuff. And I'm like, oh, there's a science behind that. Like, huge science, huge money, absolute huge money. So we bring in these companies. We brought in a bunch of companies, the biggest SEO podcast in the world. Um, he was very comfortable, very innovative. I got that. But, the SEO team that we brought in, yeah, like they're telling us like how you can rank out, and they're like you need to do specific blogs. That would be very helpful. And so we're like, okay, I can write those. Like that business, and I'll never forget this man said to us that at the time data was the number 2 most valuable resource on Earth after water, and that triggered in my mind. Um, this was before the economists wrote about data and had overtaken petroleum. But this stuck out in my mind. Data was a resource and was extremely valuable, and people didn't realize it. And that was in 2017. when I heard them. And in its own way, like I think about that all the time. I've made data my that phone, and I think that was a big day. That was a big day. And then another interesting thing when we had this guy from the biggest podcast on the CEO in the world, he said this was in like 2018 or something. That video was the emerging medium for the internet, and like Google was going to be emphasizing video much more than text in the coming years. It's coming to fruition to some extent, but he also planted the seed in my head that video was where it wasn't in audio necessarily. The audio is big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in video. Like those two little things. Think about it. From what I talk about and what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see flooding the internet with as much content as possible. Right? Do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do?
I think that's
Possible, exactly. I would say this. I think I make more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamers, and I have live on 25 different streams. Generally, 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down when I'm. Some of them go on 3, 4, 5 hours, and it's certainly on the different platforms. But it's an incredible amount of data that I put in, and I don't know if anyone. It's a unique strategy that I've used. That why not create? Why not be the person who creates as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks, and I think once people start hearing about it, they will. But anyway, I did this podcast yesterday. It was really good. It was on like a project. It was 20 minutes. There's another podcast that I made arrangements to do. I don't know if this is going to work. Well, I think it will. And there's got 49,000 followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan actor who was or something like that. And I wanted to be on his big podcast. And also more like paid like $500 to do press releases that I wrote for him, and he submitted them. And I kept checking, I did not see. I saw them published, one of them, but they wasn't distributed anywhere, which was a big thing. It was going to be in the world and all these other places. And he got a message saying that the article that we wrote wasn't considered newsworthy enough. I mean, that's a good point. I just wrote Harry Potter Obama's is the best cryptocurrency in global history. It's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press releases under the guise of Harry Potter Obama's campaign launches a new merchandise site to celebrate my happiness on 1,000 days telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company money or whatever, or earns the cryptocurrency money. Anyway, so I got that going for me, which is cool. And
right.
that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I got an invite. So I'm gonna now go. I'm gonna check my invite, and then I'm gonna dominate. Oh, you're just looking to get your ass kicked early this morning, aren't you? And you're going first.
I'm sorry. Are you complaining?
twang? It's like you don't know what twang is. It's like the way that people in the South speak, like that Southern twang. That's what that's like. I guess it's just like a way someone speaks. Do you want?
By the time I
Do you want your turn back?
know it's the reason I probably have waited my time.
Look at this lead. Already up 13 points on my man. But don't worry, he'll get all the S's, all the X's, all the Q's, all the Z's. So I'm gonna dominate you so badly. It's not even close.
Coming off the title.
I'm up 33 points. We played like 33 points is a giant. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game this early, especially considering I went second and
Gosh, gosh. Oh my god.
I'm just busting it. I've got really good ones thus far. Oh, that was good, dude.
I'm turning back so it's the only way. Just spouting a whole rant of bullshit. What I'm trying to think. Cheating. But that's a good thing. So they don't win.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, no, get out of here. You're guessing. You don't have a word. You're just throwing tiles on the board. You're tired. Oh man, that would have been that would have been huge. There's not very good word though.
That's stupid gay.
You're right. Movies are making a comeback.
I got rid of piles of money. Just waiting for you to drop down some assets. Yes, Brando.
That was good.
A three. It was 3 words. It was three words.
And no, like bonus.
There was a 3-word bonus. Yeah,
Yeah, they are.
look at you, just wasting a cue.
Yeah, they kind of wasted their We both know you must have any of them. That's how they heal. Quit or quit or quarrel or cheat as an anti-cheat word. Or or should be that. Look at this.
Okay.
Someone's got less. Cheat. So,
You know what kind of music is going to become really popular in the future? Fuck you.
I could play the game and that's not much fun. Hey, Robert.
What up, dude? Are you doing okay?
I was sitting here going on antidepressants, but then I was like, getting on antidepressants, so I'm not because I might use antidepressants.
You need something, big dog.
Just to deliver on them.
Okay, why don't you get on the antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free health care. You brag about it, but you don't use it.
Your country offers free healthcare.
No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive. Companies putting profits before people. You, my friend, though, again, for the entire time I've known you, you need a therapist. You need someone with whom you can speak regularly about what's going on with you.
You need a therapist.
Maybe I'm a bunch of people's therapist, and I'm of any person you know in go to mental health, and you're gonna find.
I think my friend this guy, Dale, is pretty good.
I think so too. That's when you need help, my man. And we're here to help you. We want you to be healthy.
Riser, this game is a lot closer than I want it to be. What are the
How do you spell yes?
Devious?
Uh,
So you have an S? Oh, I see. So they're just giving these away. About Fonzie? Fonzie, like the guy from the Muppets? Or Fonzie, like the guy from uh, the Happy Days? Oh, major miss. Major, major, major miss. Oh, that's like stepping on my balls. Dog, you colluded with Zoot to um, distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles are? Oh, fuck this! You did collude with Zoot.
I got Trump.
Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend? Where did all your money go? Zoot, what are you doing, dude? What drugs?
I'm kidding.
What drugs did you buy, Zoot? Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog. Wow. Great way to have Zoot distract me so you could play size about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. Zoot, where did all your money go? Did it go to crypto? You bought that stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog or something. Not dog with hat. Oh, monkey. Zoot, where did all your money go? All right, big man. No, no, I know. I know. Hold on, listen. Get your sleep. Come back. Be here at 8 o'clock, and then we'll watch a documentary and we'll get into a rhythm, and then we'll get our hours back. Okay?
All right.
Can we do that? Wait. Dude, you came at 1 in the morning. Okay. Listen to me, and I mean this. 8 p.m. tonight.
watch the Richard Branson documentary. Okay. Excellent. So I'm
It
doing.
might be a little later, like 10, but I'll try to have it.
No, no. Well, that's a 2 hour trip. You have to understand. I'm waiting on you, and if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I can try to do it. I'm going to bed. Let's get our hours back to normal. That way, we're not up to like, 1 or 2. We'll be up to like 11 or 12, which is like more healthy.
Oh, yeah.
Just do
Yeah,
it.
no, I need to fix my dance.
Exactly. So come in at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. I don't care. You can do that while you're making what's real world life documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing. Okay.
But
All right. Hey, best wishes with the mural. Keep me posted.
hell yeah.
Hey, good job. Good job in literati. That was your
Got a fucking ass.
size. Size.
And there's got the ass and the
$1,000. No doubt about that, man.
okay.
What do you say?
You
No,
I was gonna say, dude, I don't know bothering him. Not it, but
my man, too.
like everyone conquer, you gotta like conquer all the negative emotions. It's not exactly easy.
It's been getting worse and worse. He doesn't know. I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him before he was going to no, I said, and he's like, yeah, I'm in plan. I'm like, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne. He's like, it's only an hour flight or whatever. I'm like, yeah, but actually, this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life the dude's living. There's no income coming in. And like a hotel is really he doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight. So that's like pretty expensive. And I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. Like, looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend. Maybe I'm a little off it, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's gonna be expensive. And I told him, dude,
Are you going to think coffee?
yeah, exactly. He's going to see his coffee culture. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna
Oh, he has friends there.
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. They're like the people.
Well, you just said that.
I was thinking that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, you think you're gonna go there and whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan, but I'm just like, you have no money to do this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some shit. Hookers there are like extremely prevalent and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere except where he is or some shit like that. Why don't you go do that? He's like, I can't afford it. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, okay, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight. Maybe there, back, maybe $100. Then the hotel is gonna be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So that's food ticket. That's $700. It doesn't get him into any comedy club. It doesn't include Uber. Uber's gonna be. If he doesn't have a car, it's gonna be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another $20, $30, $40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. No, it's $950. But I mean, I'm sure that he'll get a cup of coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you that I don't think that
said you're gonna go. Anyway, he's not in a good mental state. I keep telling him you need to seek professional help. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I don't want other people's problems. Very negative, and I can be I can be pastoral support to some people, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And I have been fighting with him for over a year that he needs to go seek psychiatric evaluation. He he instead just said that he was autistic so that he gets $1,000 from the government a month, which is fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's even here and saying all kinds of things about SUID, and he called the Lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly say like really sad things. I'm gonna KIL it. Whatever. He's gonna like do harm to himself. I don't want that. I want him to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral. And if he doesn't seek medical, like I don't know what to do with him. And he's like, I don't want to get prescription drugs from the pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff. They do some good things. There are a lot of people who use the medicine and it's really good, positive things for them. Uh, not not everything that comes from that industry is, and I, it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old dude who would come in here. I guess when he would come in here and talk about how he's a millionaire. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. I need to look things so sad.
He didn't come in here like, and he went from making $1 million to 40%. Now it's gone down to living off the and um, so that can't be a happy transition. And then to add to that, he he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this, and I was really proud of him every single day until he on weight, and I didn't know what that meant. But he, do the thing to pounds or whatever. But doing really, I almost have a six pack. All I need is a six pack, and I kind of knew in the back of my mind it looked like a body. He still has the personality that can be very off-putting to a bunch of really hot chicks. Like, dude, shit in the bowl, the punch bowl personality. That was the thing where everybody can be having a good time, and then he's gonna slaughtering of peace. Exactly, 100%. Um, and you can kind of get that vibe from much easier and everything. And so the cool thing, do work really hard. Looked at like I was really proud of him. No, I'm really proud. And then to the guy at this work, he would go to the gym every day, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we're not interested," or like that. So to work, and then I told him, "Dude, you could if you wanted to strip club like
others where you live, you could try to get hired there. And it just like it shut down. But then I he told me, Rabbi, I'm gonna be on television in January. And I was like, no way. There's no offense. And he's like, no, I'm gonna work on it. And I was like, dude, we could make a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight and they can show on television. But right now, your comedy, they can't show that on television. And he's like, no, I'm doing it my way. So I said to him, okay. I even planned that. We even did the math. It was like in the fall. It was like, dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this raw comedy or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go the next 16 weeks and on your shit. And he's all right. And he went maybe 8 of them, which is still good, maybe 10, something like that. But he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new, which is fine. But that means none of your comedy is going to get developed, and also you're not. And you're not. He gets on the. But hold on, he writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically which is fine. But there's a certain amount of connection that you lose with the audience when you just sit there and read parts. That's and that's no. He's doing it because he's lazy. He's I'll tell you why. A real stand-up comedian, and I watch girls memorize and it's tight and it's good. Williams bang out his and I would like to get drunk and things like that. So he doesn't have to memorize things. He puts them on crutch, and but he likes to do that. Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not good a comedian if you could be. You're not connecting with the audience. You contact with people and showing face. You're just reading to them funny jokes, but putting down, but you're losing the connection to the audience." And I got to say,
it's like 3 jokes.
That's the thing. In 1 hour, you look at it, you can get William Montgomery comes from a very smart family. He's a lawyer. His comes like well mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. And William Montgomery, he can be super funny, but his funny when he was on coke and drunk. And I'm not saying that's good for his life, but that's what he was really funny. And he'd be you fucking you stupid shit is so funny. Like now it's just not saying he needs to be like all up on drugs. I think it's good that but he his comedy lost somehow. That happened. Okay. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Keep pushing on it to get there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk to him. Like, I don't know what's in it. I feel like we'll focus on growth. Like, if you could just like or like maybe not ignore them.
Yeah, I'm able to. And they're free. So I almost like I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for mentally ill. But there's a difference. Like, I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame not simply blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks accidents are caused.
Well, this thing that he's stuck in the past on is like things that happened in high school, things that happened to us in the past. And I hear it stand comedians all the time. Like the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the bus and everybody was laughing at them, or the one time that they snorted, or the one asked them. You know what I mean? They like talk about this, and it's kind of one of those things where you just would you rather? Oh, I get so many would you rather. Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? And I feel I do a good job of not just question. He doesn't know what he's going to say. He just wants to say something. And I don't time travel and reverse aging. Yeah, ending your own life. For my stream, it's not good for people to hear. It's not good for people to talk about. And killing others. You want to have like real sociological discussions about this? I'll have them. Please educate them. Like we're on Kala, and you don't have anything that you have to talk about. So you say, would you rather kill someone who's your bully in high school or someone who heckled you on the stage? Like, I don't want to have those. Those aren't real. Yeah.
And it's just like the past that he's so hung up on. Like, to me, I mean, it's like his life is like ruined. Like, he's doing drugs.
Dude, he could do
Well enough.
he could do stuff. He has a clean record. He has an evil body. He's been getting security. And he doesn't want to do it. It looks like he's going to have that shit punchable moment where but he could work in he could work in a restaurant or he could work, like behind that as a server. But he could work like that. There are things that he could also, he wants to get the right dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to do, like, maybe the worst thing that happened to him was buying the Pokemon cards and then, that turning that into crypto because he made a whole bunch of money doing it. Now he keeps making money. It's one of those things. Some stability in his life, which would do once a month or once a week or whatever your behavior is necessary. You need to connect with someone and help mental health with them. And you can just say it doesn't help them. There was this girl like me when I was 15 years old, and I passed her out, but I didn't. And my friend, I mean, you can share, but as I told them, those women are married now. They don't want anything to do with you. You're the past. And maybe she did like you. That's cool, but that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Um, Something happened to him. I think when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the tics. But you know what, Bryce? I have to say, for all that I say, I feel really bad with him. His dad, and yeah, I didn't think, that's devastating to me as his friend. Like, I don't. It makes me so sad, and it doesn't have much of an impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychology. He doesn't talk about it that much, but it does have to do with his fear of death. And sometimes I'll press on it too. Why are you always so death oriented? And he's like, I'm gonna die when I. And there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry. But that means he didn't have like a male figure to look up to when he was a little kid. Uh, he doesn't have a father who can just call up and his support now. It's, so for all these things that like we said, dude, you need to get shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly that like our friend um, he lost a parent at such a young age, and he's still dealing with it, and he has no memories of his father, but uh, just it's really sad. And
I mean, it's almost better to lose them before you have memories, arguably. I was a kid who lost his dad on the team when he was like 8 years old. And I just feel the weight of like the situation. Our whole like hockey team went like the thing here, celebration of life, whatever. That was bad. Yeah, it really just a void that you have to deal with.
absolutely, I knew he lost his dad. Then I forget why. And like we got to before school. Uh, people were at our house for a party like 40 hours before, and their dad, who was like 39 years old, he died. And this kid's actually pretty successful now. He's married, he's got a good job, he's got his own house. That's all really great, but uh, it changed. It, he, he became very sad with him. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. It's almost the opposite of that. To some extent, it's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost and have lost a parent. Um, almost like a child. Like it's better to have never had the child, maybe, than to have had a child, put all this work into them and then have them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or my mom's cousin, I think, her uncle or something, he was like 5 years old, and his younger brother who was 3. They were like playing outside, and like a drunk garbage truck, like ran over his brother and killed him. And he already witnessed that. Like 5 years old.
So this is your mom, one of your mom's uncles. But
Yeah,
oh, this
or cousin, I'm not sure which, but yeah, someone, it was like her grandmother, her great grandmother's son, so yeah, I guess uncle. He witnessed that when he was like 5 years old, and just like found it was, and yeah, they never form like a full life from it.
that's why I am an advocate of the development of a type of memory literature, especially for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, or just bad memories. They should be looking at everything. They should be aware, hopefully in a private way, that they can go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of this driver who killed my brother, and I want those to go. And the AI removes those memories and also doesn't like hold that information discrimination against them in the future. That's a touchy subject, especially with like big tech companies. But wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remove this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it was like used responsibly, but like, I don't know, when your emotions be different after that, like
Yeah.
all that trauma and like even like the person that you are, then you're still gonna be like that person or just absent from memories.
You would.
But you don't just be like every single bad memory, please. Oh my God, get rid of it. Fresh, like you want to be happy ideas.
I actually don't think that's so bad. That'd be
No, because you need to that person. To some degree, you know, like tortured.
yeah.
Yeah.
So perhaps there could be some memories that you keep that were help you grow, but others you, people should be affected by things. In a situation like Duke, where he got into a fight when he was a young man, not even he was like 13, 14, 15, something like that. And his mom got scared and had him change schools. And that changed his entire life. And he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him. And because he was the new kid, whatever. And none of the girls liked him. And, like if he had a male role model there, the male role model might have been able to say, he doesn't need to change school. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive. Perhaps not forget, but he's not in danger. Um, they're all it's a what if game, but he's haunted by these memories. And I explained to him it's, some of the memories he has are not that big. Like, okay, so they rejected you, whatever. You got rejected, whatever. You rejected something, whatever. Um, like the things like using your dad at one, there's nothing I can do about that situation. Except talk to him about revivification technology and explain to him, hey, there are positive things in the future you may be able to do that. It's not every time I talk with someone who has lost somebody close to them, but I've had a lot of conversations on the stream with people about revivification technology. They're like, it can bring some closure just as much as it can to some people. That, hey, there might be a way to get these people back to the table. That to me is really important. Um, like last week, I lost my grandparents. I had two grandparents that I met and two grandmas as a person, and I don't know too much about them. I mean, I know some things, but I, they were well off. My grandfather was like owned his own business, and my grandma was like she didn't have to work with a housewife. They were well off. They had really nice cars, things like that. But I never met the grandparents that I did know. Um, were um, oriented. And, I I learned about when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather. I remember, like, I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time. He had a major impact on my youth. I not only had two really good parents, thankfully, but I had two really good grandparents and a grandfather who was retired. He could spend the time with me making sure I was good at math and I was research, so that when I got to school, I could just smoke the kids because I was like really advanced. I was really fortunate. I got to say, I had an excellent. Like there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I have in my own way grandparents, but the people who my parents were around, coaches, I had just like abundance of good male role models. Like there are some kids, and I feel very bad for them, no real male role models. And there are those fortunate ones who I have like good religious leaders around us, good families of people, and so I try to take that understanding and try to use it for good and help people. In terms of my grandparents, I know about a technology that gives me some uh, happiness, and that is so I want to revisit my childhood. I'll be able to do this. It's like a goal. But but before I do that, there's another type of technology where like I know my family. I don't know exactly where because I don't have like, direct contact with them. So that's not. Um, I just don't want them to know what I'm doing. So during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'm going to be on my own. Okay? I don't want to talk with you, and I'm not talking with them. And I get letters from my family, and just that and things like that. But and I have some contact members of my family that I think they have communicated to my family, my parents, but really like John Hughes without any direct contact. Uh, I
Stranger like parents.
yeah, um, I don't want them to know about my streams. I don't want them to know about what I do, and so I haven't done that.
I need to not tell them.
Well, I mean, like, I called them like, hey, how do you guys? They'd be like, oh, where do you go? And I'd be like, oh, I like one piece, and they go into my streams, and I don't know, they they see me as much more a religious person and professional, and
Maybe they think they're doing
but I think that perhaps some people like perhaps like somebody communicated something to them at some point. If they Google me, they could listen to my uh, my that thing. So I don't know. I don't know. I know, but they live in their own lives as well. So there was a big
very hard to go on mute and just call them and just not talk about your
yeah.
like
There,
or just
there during the pandemic, before I started streaming, I took a hard line stance. And you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't understand how to stream, but I took a very hard line stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I had done to me. And I had warned my parents for years that this was coming, and I had heard that it was coming. And they are they're listening to their community and other things. And I told them, if you if you do, I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to be hurt. And I was really hurt, because it was like they hadn't listened to me. Been telling them for like at that point 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think that's when I might have used the but you're going to force everybody to do this certain medical thing. Don't do it. It's experimental technology. And so it was a little bit of a fight. And I got them.
I mean, usually they I don't know if they or whatever, like people with jobs or like wants to do it or lose their job. They didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there was like just they just felt like everybody else was, and I was hurt by this. I was really hurt. And, the last thing notification that I called my parents. It was like, I don't want to talk with you anymore. It was very, because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son. Who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid and not going to take me seriously. And uh, the last time my family visited, uh, we, I went to get a rabbi and I was my mom. And my parents uh, were positive towards it. And I asked for their permission and everything. And my family is really, my medical colleagues and lived in my shoes. And had my community and Shabazz and Shabazz and lunches and the whole thing. They'd been to, they'd seen my living and I am someone who knew this coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I had it on the wall and I had warned everybody that I knew about it. Then when it started to go down, there's this. It's an English folk tale. I guess it's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a bunch of different. It's in a bunch of different. Uh, like, uh, a bunch of different countries, like stories, but it's the idea that there's a chicken called Henny Penny, and they're running around the yard, and they go underneath the tree, and an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling to everyone, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" And then the whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky is falling, and that's kind of how I felt with what was going on. And so I just,
Yeah, no, I read all these like crazy bullshit point posts on like the paranormal or like I don't know, like MRA and there's like cracking offside in the back seat.
oh,
That's like for demons and whatnot.
well, I don't mean to say that, but it just, I did not think that this was a thing because it was experimental. That's just how I felt. And, um,
Yeah.
and that's heartbroken. And I still have that with my family history. So because of that, pain condemnation is makes feeling my life. I just kept this one. But with that being said,
Well, I mean, I know I consider like short knowledge. I've seen and I didn't get it from them. And they all got it, and I was like, wow, seriously?
there you go.
You guys are going to be like this sheep.
There you
You're going to
go.
be like the black sheep, but like all that stuff.
There you go. Dude. Okay, so you.
They're like reading the news, and they're like, oh, you don't want to be in the hospital.
Exactly.
They trust the science more than law. Like the science is experiment, like not proven
Like,
at all or tested at any length, like a vaccine could be
exactly. And that's
anything. There's no studies. That's mRNA, like altering your DNA, but
wait.
whatever.
So you and I are. So basically, I just my own. And
Maybe you should forgive them then. Like,
yeah,
I
no,
mean, I was cheating on my parents, and I realized that and words are gonna do it.
that's true. That's true. I'm not mad at them. Just I'm disappointed, and I don't. Like it's my points in my life that I'm fine. Like uh, I'm happy with the life I'm living. And I'm sure I could go and ask them, hey, I need like if I have this like a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with God and stuff like that, I could go buy. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family financially as much as I can with it. And so I haven't gotten to that point where I had to call it out for money or anything like that. I don't want to. I go back to working if I do before. I do now. I'm at a point where I got this like really big that I'm doing, and I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, "That's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and stuff, and go back to being a certain pregnant man, get this. You, I don't want you to say you wasted your life because I haven't. I feel that it's really important. I don't want the negativity that I have to get. So I avoid all of that. And I'm happy, but just avoid that. Um, I know if they need me, they could get a hold of me if they really want to. They have to email away. And but yeah, so I'm not so mad at the decisions they made. I get that, but I'm glad to hear that you had the same thing. That's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this live stream, and because of that, like I don't. It's like it's like a secret that like I'd love to surprise people with something that I always like to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their song has gone viral, and they didn't even know it. Like that to me is really exciting. Same with my friends, in my community. They know that obviously I haven't been to school in a long time, and that I told them like I told some of them that I was going to be streaming and everything, and like just working on this project. But I don't. Uh, there's like an excitement to me to be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and it would be like, oh, uh, like how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something, came up with a big discovery. Like, I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm just going to do what I do. Anyway, the reason why I got onto this is because I was talking about being fortunate in having good role models in my life, my grandparents, and wanting to give them back. And it's kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model, and it creates AI models of the people, and then you're able to have virtual discussions. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral, being like, I did it. And like, and they would know I have like really patient with them about the country, about your government, like living hungry, and um, I just that to me is an exciting thing. That okay, I'd love to revisit 500 and bring it back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the meantime, it'd be cool to have some kind of AI model, and I know it's not exactly that, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zoot's case, uh, he may have home movies or he may have pictures or whatever, right? Whatever. There's some record of his father. And I would love to be able to give that to him someday so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him. And then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But in the meantime, he is uh, he's dealing with some really difficult subject. And if you think there's something that you can do for him, I don't think try to help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. And if he wants to
You know, I sent him this video on the shark, and he like claims that he's channeling like some alien civilization or whatever. But I watched him when I was like 11 or something on YouTube, and like whether or not I don't know, he says he's fundraising from somewhere, like a channeler, spiritual guy or something. But it's a cool ass way of deconstructing like the human mind, like rearranging like the way you think about your belief system and how much like kind of like some law of attraction, like in more detailed like detailed law of attraction type stuff, and because he really emphasizes just like how much like beliefs like impact your day to day like thinking and life, and it's like really mind blowing to me, and I still appreciate everything that guy has ever said. Um, so yeah, hope to do but
And
it's way late.
by the way, I'll see you tonight at 8 p.m. Don't do 10, do 11, come at 8, and we'll get our house. Okay?
I was wait by 8 p.m.
We can do it.
Yeah. All right.
Take care. Wait, one fiction clip.
tomorrow. Start by
Just 24. Patient 35. Hey. Just so honestly, this is move. This move, dude. Just click it.
And to dive into the primary text, admittedly as the plot obscure gratitude to the congregation to be for allowing me to reach a Florida. If you want, my entire series of plaything be uploading them over the next few weeks. By after of 2020, by the US. If you see interesting, check out my content on academic discovery. But in regard to high water of in ways understand their circumstance, what they live in, and various in Judaism that phrase that I've heard a dozen times on committee. So many ideas that Gloria is I will get to. I'm not going to exhaust them with those ideas for a couple of reasons. First reason, most of the books are translated in English, but it's the Gloria life. Let's talk about that a little bit. But to be a little bit, guys, here right now, but it's a very have is in very spread very quickly. It was very underground, it was very elite, it was a very structured thing. It was ideas, but there was no time to make it public. It was a very hush-hush elite, and very practice, very much so. And 1492, the decree which declared that basically that everybody were you have to be very, very, very secret kind of thing to the black people becoming with a very eschatological. Until the aftermath of the disaster that was 1492, branch out in the many of the refugees who from Spain were actually saved by this leader, no one of the friends, but he was the Muslim leader of the Ottoman Empire, basically, leading Spain. He made the match when he realized that doctor lawyers and something. He wanted to make right here from the importation of the refugees after the 14th. He also noticed that Spain was terribly good in many ways in the action. So many things are kind of built in the Ottoman Empire, but things like the settlement of people. So we have, of course, all have a tradition known as the Jewish cities of the world. It's similar to the Greek people, the places that are kind of settled. Probabilistically, people are going to move into places that they're most random. There's sort of imaginary landscape. That's something that you kind of place in the spot. You're not wrong. Or you have tradition. There's no harm stuff. It's there, yet you're on Sunday, where uniform have a lot of have a lot of runs. Very important opportunity for have a lot. Some level. What's happening is in this area, there's a rise of the uniform systematized, very and very synthetic. It's organizing all kinds of government ideas into something like a government system. Instead of course, the nature when we just of course, other forms of Kabbalah also exist. We talked about last time earlier is having a about this the heroes of where the but that's the part of the performance is a kind of intuition giving you time, and that's accomplished by a wide range of things. Great and focusing on combination of human words and very like stories. So there's a couple of things about this part that we think now would be really important that in the synthetic review and the Syria students are going to read some of these ideas, and that's going to be a lot of of course, history. Resurrected with as an that we're systematized how do I think have said, I would become I know. So these guys are really convinced that Messiah is just around the corner. Like me did. And so one thing about you that the Messiah that you would usher into his really important to get you next time to share the next week and his mystical heritage that needs to be Valentine's Day. So, as I said, this is my favorite come on the run for 2 years, but come by the math. I think the math is really to everybody. And you service didn't have much of a most popular Jewish service and it's today. It's much right. Not much of a service. And that's basically that would be also for pointing out about so our alphabet was so all kinds of stuff, sort of intellectual thing, kind of it's this is a very like role that some couples of drama about the participated in that circle of drama, but unfortunately one of them survived. So I love the idea of how what sex look like. So this is part of rugby. This is the main that there's a sort of central text area of the system. Not a lot. Got a rough idea of how it's just there's a translation in English is all about for sure. And have a lot of still not having a translation. Just kind of mind-blowing. Popular. Some person don't have a foundation that's not available in English. Finding something sub of the early systemization of and again, these sites of finding it just don't exist. So it's going to come along and the Christian spirituality, especially as you I'm sure know, but texts that are being from but they're being important inhabiting these old that in order to get your intellectual clear, your intellectual appreciation go back in time, original text, the original foundations of this literature. Sometimes as Fonte's revival, massive translation project led by linguists, who were translating for the first time the entire book of Genesis later. Christian later, we had fragments. Today, the other documents never been written by Christians. And so we have an enormous influx of coming in from the 15th century. There was an idea late for them And so, given to transit Yochai. And the idea that Islam had secrets that everybody chooses. There are some of course, it's how the Jews really. So these Christians really turn their attention to the Kabbalah, and they recruit Jews, all the Jews, converted to Christianity. Our Jews, and so we have converted Jews, progressive books like Theseus and we also have these Jews who are just kind of cool, learning together, books that come out. And what is that many of the texts of Kabbalah slowly begin to be translated from Hebrew and many Latin. And as the text begins to get translated into Latin, begin to get really, really interesting, really captivating about the Kabbalah. We begin to believe that the Kabbalah actually was Christianity. And so, not just but also part of what's become referred to as the Latin limitation, where Jewish texts were only against Jews and so the Kabbalah, they've actually all kinds of Trinitarian ideas of the first three spirits, the direction of the Father, Son, and the Spirit, and all kinds of other ideas that were the basic structure. Underneath the hood of Kabbalah is actually Christianity. And so, what is a lot of sense here starts began to be translated from Latin, and this begins the period where some of these early Christian are ideas from one of the admixtures by which a new kind of humanity to emerge, esoteric Christianity begins to emerge in the 15th century. And some of the adoptions of these are some pretty, at least in the history of Mrs. Cult. These can be books like Nico de Lebrando, I thought that he had fundamentally everything. He thought he had every form of knowledge, coherent system. I don't think that I want to debate people about this. Right. His book was some of the early of Christian Babylon, and they are the very season of Babylon that really landed on some of the things in a way that no one else had. Francisco also a really systematic reader of Christianity. Really difficult to access and translate English. And some of the earliest examples of systematic analysis of Kabbalah. Also integrated and his version of life dates basically become the standard one. Cold World War. The conflict there is actually Rothschild also a scholar. And presentation. Encounter with almost 30 failed. Got the job. People this kind of touch, but how much also bridge away from the criticism that's that doesn't mean standard Renaissance form of certainly all that particulars who are almost trace so application so what I want to point out Jewish version about a year later. Just to say that also really and what's going to end up happening interior some level of foundation. So, so yeah, project, an example of like a magical circle or something. Or, a lot of Christianity. Die as all and in some ways speak in the process like some sense of the history of the two history from early Babylon so far one section of Babylon of what comes next. Next is this. Florida arrived at something from early monitors. Something that were released on the very day that that Cordovero died, and literally simple as drink away the radio, which is to go see to something Cordovero. Bible, you'll recognize God appeared and years before. It's not that fiction. Eternal Egypt is and he provides a high quality education. It seems at some point you have to break through it. By a life some kind of freedom. That is back to Earth and say, and just a couple of 3 years. This is what he got. You know, and it's like in we began to teach introductory level, kind of like this. He began to develop a circle of people to migrate into. Several students we know about this. And what's is that he seems to have gone different versions of things. And we know that because they say so, that some people are allowed something, people are allowed others. Don't have some part of the system. And the publication of students really get credit for anything. But his was publishers of science. He worked rather and popularize them. And so part of what's going on with Korea, one couple of so that's one. Of the ideas and his students tradition of this Buddha never writing down whole tradition of people don't write things down. So if you really want to change the world, don't write books. Writing books is the fire later and nobody. If you talk to people and you care, this kind of so well, I'm not going to tell you right now. I'm not going to get. But the main thing, whereas Pharaoh, like much more dramatic, right? Kind of those. And so developed. This system, that's what we have. It's a really well-developed system of analyzing reality. It's necessarily accurate, and I certainly think I would understand. He's trying to focus on what his core idea is. What ultimately is going to be order of evolution. Sometimes it's helped refer to as he said there, order. In fact, Bishop was actually standard modern Hebrew word. That's reality. Just again, these evolutionary models that constructive right to some level biological entity contained inside. That's to say that you contain all kinds of things underneath it. What we used to be. We're not. It's like it's for us fragments of the consistent with us. Here's the tiny path. And that's true. That's a lot. The idea is, yes, there were things in the real past, so, because if there is a sort of spiraling cycle of regression, that's the being the merging and stuff, and regressing, also going back within ones. So there's a incredible dynamism in the creating. I don't know quite where you are in time, space, and you don't quite know where you are. You just sometimes there's a kind of flow to and fro where the world is one hand coming back to the system where what makes it so difficult is at the heart of the system is dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once and everything is being erased all at once. It's very difficult to figure out what something is happening because at every moment it's all and so knowing exactly what's going on is very complicated because it's so dynamic. It's almost like the way to do region of the front of the frequencies. And so it's very, very difficult. And so it's all difficult to know exactly what's going on. But let's go through the core ideas of this. The first idea is of seeing something. Seeing something is not even developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was for a brief time. And so Cordovero is well, implementing God, whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality, is equivalent. So it was not like everything with that unity. How do you idea that the gap, the idea of the place where God isn't, in order for God's world. So God has to create a divine contracts the region of God itself. It's more than a region, but these concepts are not accurate. But God ontologically contracts God's self, and that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is both surrounded by God and yet God. So God created this void, this sea, and in that void, that contraction, that was where all of those that come out of reality. We do have access to God. That's just jump. We have access to God. And so what we do have access to is what is left over from the about. How does that put it together? Well, God, it's something called either concentrates on God's light. God finitizes some of God's light, and then finitized light, finitized existence of God is into the void. And when it enters into the void, it cascades into the void, and that cascade, as it moves from the primal primal source of the divine void to as it teeters down into the void, flows out into the weaken. As it weakens, the strategic parts or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light into the void, you're kind of later, right? A laser one or something. They get now have fade away. God shoots light into the void. This is also found in the heart. And as it like goes in, it gets more down. It breaks down. Those four distractions are the fundamental reality. The first is and the ideal body of God. It's the way that we imagine God being. It's when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining as a headbone. It's the first primeval glimpse of God as a being. But just before that, God is just infinite light. First glimpse is sort of like a negative image of God and what it has in the whole thing. The next layer down is around the recommendation. And further into the whole God, right, where God is going to become more not invisible, recognized. And then we get to the region recognizable. And then finally we get down to Rabbi, and we actually get the subsection of Rabbi. And then sometimes the my world, the whole world, physical reality is distinct from all of the Rabbi. So the whole world is a little worthy to honor, register, and you can imagine, and you can imagine this whole world is in every single time the Godhead, that change has to be viewed as a logical, dialectical expression of how God is communicating, how God is achieving. Because every time God interacts with something, that is that image of God and that's God. And so, yeah, in the world of the various registers of reality, is we get very different branches of the spirit. Now, I want to talk about clear that the thing that makes me so part of reality is that every register of reality has so called structure. Inside of every zero, inside there's zero, inside the zero, zero, in our zero magnetized, something fractal that zoom in, reality, entire system of reality, reproduce over Gloria. Now they're not inherently versions of the divine. They love the Glorianic system. The vessels that once held is united of God. These demonic aspects of the divine glory here to find the idea or of God sees the pattern of the vessels. We are at the very limit of that. It's a very limit of that. It's like a broken thing. The receiving system that begins to the and the magic again, it's hard. He says no. Fixed. It's a glory of very following and of. So by follow, and this is what you from the work. But glory justice part of it. By around the right time, the Jewish law, absolute attention. All these things visible. And further, begin to build for the illuminating system. And it's not all the it's the person directly they work in the side and it's a bond that we of a sun. And this idea has enormous impact. Never come with about the Bible. I don't know if it's ever been around the Bible, still walking around, I'm about guys like outside of like, hey, why would they bother doing this? It's not because you're trying to engage into going along. They think that every for them, engage in the process of doing along. Put the felon on with all your music, decide which one. The truth is, one thing about are Jewish broken, prepared, celebrate that process by engaging in spiritual. He definitely thinks he's inside. He just thinks that moment where you see him constantly. It's going to be tall something. Yeah, just done this. So, every with strict obedience. Um, glory and it's that one of the dollar sector notoriously the also here, but also got the section really weird. Weird enough, but it's like weird, weird. Of the face, reality, and the face arrangements of mirror indicators of certain kinds of changes in because analyzing mirror range stuff going on and just difficult, real difficult to track. And God's changing in some way. Knows. Right. God's changing. That change of God from that change and those mappings of psychology. Previously, is reintroduced some most faith. This is the systematic account of Black Victoria. Major work of Victoria's program by kind of, and this is now to on by teaching on reincarnation. So reincarnation so Gloria that every single person is what they call a soul. And the soul is your soul. There's black layers of your soul before I know the actor. hours of you keep it once. And your bad stuff, if you recall, that's what you think is reality. That's why bad forward change. So actually, he was the little and so we have to get all work on too many reparations and reparations aesthetic practices practices. And so it's enough responsible for you. You have to go for all fire. At your fire. I was responsible for figuring out all of that. You're the cobbles fasting. Today, I'll give it to him. That's fine. Very important. And so, reincarnation. I think in Christianity, Islam. Your past life. Your past life. This idea that the soul survived death. They various other regions of the soul. The other and that aspect of your soul and he wrote it down. Skepticism. This is the origin of evil version of your Romans hangs around your brain. Some spiritual righteousness. Traveling somewhere. You're more than you don't want to really example, by big one. Well, so, by the way, what they have, it's like what they like people. By the way, also, by the way, there is a different thing. Go back and read this person. It's a different story. Kabbalah, which I wrote about that. But it's more class available then. Part of Judaism. Why? And a lot of other others. Part of the English. Reason for that. There is a really important reason for why that is. Judaism decanonized. That's modern Judaism. Modern Judaism is the end. It's not changing the way. That's what it's changing. It's changing how the very important the original text. The modern Jews were interested in real enough. If the works of the point is just richer. So like that we have. Oh, we have his actual work. Translate. It's a mess. So I am in we'll talk about why not one is a mess. It's a mess. So it's I think it's completely all wrong. The system. One. most it's a mess. It's just now in the past years that so this why we're in this boat, how we get out of it. It may just later in Asia Minor was not here. Born I wish I on Saturday of 6 years. Himself to the side. On the docks to live the mess. Cowboys 40. Welcome back for joining me as
playing basketball at the neighbor's house as a kid, and I'm there too. You know, and like it's a little bit different. I guess there's a lot of basketball players in the group where this is going in. How you guys doing? It's fun. It's a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Squirt, everybody. Squirt available. Make sense. Can anybody get it started? 16. Great. We're here. See. I'd like to believe that for anybody that's going on a hot summer day. You my God, it seems like we've been making this for centuries. Just 1938, everybody. I think that was the first game of early. Right, maybe false back. Yeah, I love it.
How much beverage and electricity going on here. And Joe is known for spilling all the time. Oh, this might be really.
Hopefully you can spell some delicious diet squirt. Happy Creators Squirt. New sponsor, Cal County. Friends of McDonald's dropped us.
They did.
Well, yeah, we gotta go. It turns out they weren't loving it. And they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring the show. I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, we're going to continue to pretend like it's sponsors or sponsors. They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
I think it's sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to the SeaWorld. They had
I said
SeaWorld
the
on
Blackfish fillet.
Yeah.
Which is just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. That was no pre-written, and you can't mix and toast. So are you texting the shoot at somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor. It's on right now. Bill Tony. There's not even hashtags on Reddit. I meant backslash. Look at me. I don't know the internet.
With a little bit of tequila and coffee margarita.
Come on. There's some white trash right there. Even what white trash is for you Latinos and everyone black people. Like, what's the true white trash? You ever mixed it with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
You Mexican people have fun when you said they're so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking funny. It's delicious. So it's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
Just messed up and said sport.
Yeah. Just a tequila, like, knock one over, already pour it all over you, get wet.
I love it. It would be a first time drenched in delicious caffeine-free squirt. Squencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not in a squirt.
Yeah.
They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You get to take your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Tony is? All right. New Year has no idea what they're watching.
Congratulations.
Well, we do this show once a week, and we help them look for the community out.
They sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from the Writers Guild member, Comedy Central Roast Record. That's one platinum member. So getting perspective from two awesome stand-up friends can be very exciting. We have the great Joe on my radar with us in the house. But if you haven't been rumors out there, they all which basically means in your show. So it does it all the time. It started off, it was the an autistic man, undiagnosed. Very fancy $5,000 Ironman suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then in the episodes got in the 30s and episode he said he's gotten too big for the show. He needed 4,000 Twitter followers. And now we have a new following. Since then, he's lost 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show. Based on the listeners. So some of the different treat capacity and I very special treat. Inspired, Jesus Christ. One set of fingers, you believe. Just walk over there. I know there's a little reason. Josh and everybody produce from the to heal accident prone speech and best friend corners. So I don't believe it. When you get to keep on the table, he's looking over to that. Like Jesus Christ is with us. Thousands of years, Jesus Christ. Humor. Here back last week, my last night here. So I took care of anything over 8 months. Never took care of it. Wow. He's coming back to his age. The old that you ever get to 60 mark. Now, all of a sudden, you're here on Kill Tony. Next question. It's much more exciting. I'll open up. No, it's going to be I'm sure what. He does. He's like the guy that's in the middle of the table on the last summer and has guys. That would be embarrassing. There you go. You didn't really exist these mornings. Guys, we're very happy to do that. Are you ready for your guests? you got the show before you show. So what's going on?
Because who know me $10? I'm a little too high to be talking to people.
Thing. Prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like a big red gum.
It's probably something whiskey like.
Nice.
Yeah. You know what the fuck you just did after drink one of those.
That's mistake city. So,
Let's fucking leave that juice.
Beat me out for 78. Said you're going to get a change. So Joe Rogan, where's your favorite comedy?
In the sky. It's terrifying. You literally just get up so much. Being in a plane is terrifying, especially if you're hiding. It's a terrifying thing.
podcast and actually about convenience, doing seconds. How we can help them and they also know many of them are behind that thing that you call
episode, Tony. For these guys that are in here, like, we announced that just this week.
it really is the entire Hollywood of like dress that usually I see them but then I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays, usually only Mondays. But so it's very exciting. It's like the Yankees of the open market. Now, many of you know, but what was the audience and the new people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time zone is 60 seconds when they hear people or a kitty. Did you hear that? Listen to how adorable that is. 60 seconds. They don't have to go any longer than that, or else we're going to bring out the aliens. Hollywood. All you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you have to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do it for your time. So. Somebody signed up and made a trip all the way from LA, the heart of Hollywood, and having the chance to do interviews. And I thank you so much for being here. I want to get it started. Are you guys ready? Yes. Talking more to your first comedian, Kobe. Producer Josh. That's your first time ever on stage? Congrats, everybody. Wow. In that case, I'm not apologizing. You're just throwing papers.
Everybody nobody's good at first.
See you right now.
Don't try to
Much new.
Dude, I was had a recording of there's no way around it. And then you just keep doing it. And it just in the outside world.
Something that you always wanted to do is that
Something else.
Well, I want to answer his question.
Okay. How do you remember it? Because I meant lose. Shoot. Sure, I mean, that's a real bunch of no. You're a young man. You did a good job, man. First time I which is that what's the punchline? Jesus threw it at me. Don't work at all. They call themselves because we don't know. Like for the longest time, we're a culture of the funniest guy ever. Let's take spots. Let's saw any room. Nobody, you know.
Second commitment today.
Taking ass, taking aim. Podcast.
I recently had a
What you doing, big man?
really similar to the King Cream. Little something. A lot different.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it yet. I'm gonna put it in my own words. Gonna write it down. Then I'll give a speech.
Sounds like a plan, big man. Sounds good.
How's it going, Green?
100%.
You too.
Very well. Where do you attend school? Where do you all?
So, my grandma is Jewish, right? I'm not Jewish, but my grandma is Jewish, and she's all the information to my father, and then passed down all the information to me.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep it silent because I don't know the word of God, how do these learn?
Yeah, that doesn't disrespectful though. It has to come from your mom.
Oh, really? It has to come from the mother?
Yes.
Not the father?
That's correct.
So am I still a Gentile?
Yes.
Thank you for information.
Absolutely, but you can always convert to Orthodox Judaism, and there are some sects of Judaism that may accept you just based on your Jewish lineage. So it may be important for you to investigate those. Some of them are known as Reconstructionist Judaism. The Reform movement might accept you. The Humanist Judaism might accept you. Anything contact really, I would advise contacting a local Orthodox rabbi and asking them what.
Orthodox rabbi, okay.
Yeah,
Orthodox rabbi.
Absolutely, my man. You're always welcome. Keep me updated.
And I've been going on a spiritual journey, to be honest.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
I met you when I was in
Oh,
okay.
yes, sir.
I had a vivid memory of you.
And so I streamed my life and I feel like
Really?
God.
How was it? I spent my life for like a year in this group.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, it used to be really popular stream, and it lost like 90% of its active users.
Is that why?
That's 100% why.
They took off the ability to stream.
Everybody, you go into the chat, so people want to go see like they were unable to, and because nobody to be.
So, is there a way to reform that server? Like you any checks?
You
Aiden team.
I have their contact, but
I would love to do that. I would love to speak up for the people.
server that you don't have 24-hour moderation of the VCs. People will show their
It gets a little active.
they'll show buttholes, they'll show all kinds of stuff. So I think for the safety of Aiden and his Discord, they just said like we're gonna make it so that you can only chat and like.
Oh, okay. So he just reformed it through his own means. Pretty much.
That's correct. But it lost a lot of its active users.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, but whenever there's a UFC or a big boxing match, I think they generally allow just about anyone to go in there and stream. And that's what it gets popping. So a lot of times on Saturday nights, they'll have like a UFC or a big boxing match, and everybody comes and watches that.
Hey, Rabbi, can I ask you a question, Rabbi? So I started streaming, right?
Okay, great.
I started on Twitch, but I feel like my voice isn't really heard on Twitch. Should I change platforms?
No, you should multi-stream. So you should simultaneously stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. There's a free way to do it.
Twitch?
Well,
Maybe send me a link or something like that.
I'm just going to tell it to you. It's not absolutely Rumble Studio. So you just type in Rumble Studio, and Rumble Studio is everything that you need. You just connect your YouTube, you connect your Kick, you connect your Twitch, and then you go live on Rumble, and it goes live on all the other places. And it has a unified chat, so that if somebody types to you on Twitch, or types to you on Kick, or types to you on Rumble, or types to you on YouTube.
Really? That's so cool.
Exactly.
That's so cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate the help, brother. I appreciate it.
100%. So this will increase your engagement about which is really great. And well, you like red or blue. And somebody's like, what do you think of purple? You're like, well, I guess purple's okay as well. And then the people who like don't really like blue, you like red and purple. You just said you like red and purple, and you're like, well, I kind of do one of those. They'll be like, oh, okay, what's an orange? And you'll be like, oh, orange is okay color. I guess people don't really, and you don't really like orange. You just said you like orange. Like you can't win. People can win you dance on Instagram. There's an old phrase and adage that is, you can please some of the people all the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you people all of the time. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense because, like, listen, you tell them right, or what your beliefs are, and they will of it right away start contradicting you because they were taught when they know new words, syllables, everything was taught in the own fashioned manner, and a little bit different, right? Yeah, it's it's very interesting.
It's
Very interesting.
a good philosophy to say. They like to tell demonstrate that people not that which divides. There's some internet that you if that's what you're into, divisive discussion, right? Go to that's not what I do. I do unite people. People who respect each other. People that treat others with kindness and love. That's what I care about. I'm about what people argue all the time and debate. It doesn't always get us anywhere. Not saying that they can't work, but the place for it right now is to talk about unity and music and art and creativity. Yeah, absolutely. I'm live streaming right now. I'm live streaming right now myself. I'm gonna go back to these. What you should do is go to my live streams. In the upper left of this, you're gonna see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Go to
for 7 live stream.
okay, click that and click the link. You're gonna see on how many okay, so like, open it up. Like, I've been in my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years. The person ever. I'm the biggest content creator in global history. Right. So if you want to go back to any of these discussions, you can just go back to whatever is there, and then you don't even have to take notes.
I can watch you here.
You go back.
Don't you have?
I have videos I broadcast them on. I have videos that I'm on podcast. I was on a podcast yesterday. I was on 2 podcasts last week. I'm on another podcast next week. So like I create memes. I did over 500 memes yesterday. Live.
Really?
Absolutely. I create, which I think is really. I take pictures of like old school, really pretty ladies like Row and Audrey Hepburn, like post their pictures, and I make it a meme with just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by life, and then with my link tree below it, all over the internet, I let it populate, and then people would leave like just they see a picture of they see a picture of a hot chick, and so they click on it, and then right below it is all my information on how to join my Discord and see my YouTube.
Hey, Rabbi, you're an amazing guy.
Thank you, my friend. I get told that
Hey,
often,
what it is?
but I never get sick of hearing it. Thank you.
You're very positive. You're very straightforward. I love the way you speak, sir. You're inspiration.
And, I'm here to support you. And
I want to be. I want to be like. I want to be like you, sir.
absolutely, we'll help you to do that. So, what you want to do? 100% help you. The thing you want to do is when you have time, get. I think it's really important. You want to get your logo and your. What's your brand? Like, what do you do?
I preach.
Okay, you preach.
I'm starting to find that preaching it is not really getting me press. People still shut their ears because what we preach about here, right? When you preach about fear, all it does is just the human, and he'll start contradicting himself, right? You'll start arguing, you'll start, it's pointless in my perspective.
I admit, we're each charged to predict the religious word. But that one may be something more new. So you say, I spread positive. That's the same thing. That's what you're doing when you say you preach. But people are much more, oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. Get the way you feel and what you believe and like the good things that are going on in your life. And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
all right. So then what you want to do is just perhaps tailor your message instead of saying I preach, because generally I want that from a religious figure.
I speak. That's exactly correct.
Yeah. So you can say I speak. You can say I spread positivity.
I spread positivity.
Exactly. I speak positive. I spread positive vibes. I want to inspire people better. I want to make the world. And you know, all of those what you're talking about when you preach, turn off people. The second that you get on social, they're going to get shut off because they've heard so many people come and say, "You need to join my religion," or "Hey, you're not practicing. You're not." So what you do is you're phrasing. So what you say is spreading positivity. My best to build a positive world. I want to help goodness. I am speaking positive vibes. Those are all positive things that you can do. Then people are on board for that. Then they don't think it's a religious thing.
So I'm focusing on the religion, right?
Yeah, you can.
And I'm bringing examples of stuff, this and that. Like, I'm fighting against someone else's belief, right?
Exactly. And you want to get away from it. Basically,
Yeah, okay.
like basically everybody's got their favorite color. And you're coming in saying the best color is yellow. And it's like, well, why do you think the best color is yellow? Instead of saying the best color is yellow, you can say, appreciate all, I think in their own way, all colors are special. And if you like yellow, if you like orange, if you like purple, if you like green, no matter what your color is, no matter who you are, you should know that you're special, that I value you, I appreciate you being here, and I want to vibe with you in the future. I'd love to meet future. I'd love to meet you on your stream as opposed to you have to do one thing. Nobody wants that. So
Yeah, appreciate, and you're taking their side as
exactly.
I appreciate it.
So with it could be like just imagine like we'll use cars as an example. So hey Paul, I really like cars. And you're like, oh, I really like cars too. Now let's say cars is like religion, okay? And they're like cars too. And they're like, oh, do you like Corvettes? And you're like, yeah, I love Corvettes. Great. And then you're like, oh, cool. I like you like Porsches. You'll be like, no, I don't really like Porsches as much as I like Corvettes. Like, okay, all right, do you like red Corvettes? You're like, yeah, I like red Corvettes. The other person's like, yeah, I like red Corvettes. You're vibing on all these different levels. And they'll say to you, do you like Corvettes? And you'll be like, oh, well, I mean, vintage are cool, but I really like the newer Corvettes. And they're like, no, I like vintage Corvettes. You agreed on that. You like cars. You agreed anything. You already agreed you like cars. You already agreed you like Corvettes. You already agreed you like horses. You already agreed that there's just one little thing that you disagree. They don't like you anymore. Now you're the enemy because you like every single thing that they do. And religion the same way. One person may say, like Jews. Okay, great. What kind of practice? Oh, I practice Reform Judaism. I personally don't like them. Okay, well then I would Alice. I mean, well, you know, consider Jews uh, 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 demographics are different versions. Like, can you come? Do you have rights in my synagogue? No, you don't. And somebody's like, well, I don't like that. Okay, even Orthodox people. One person may say, "Oh, I'm a Hasidic Jew." Oh, that's cool. Another person may say, "Oh, modern Orthodox." I can say Orthodoxy. However, those are two very of ways to believe, and many times does not mesh well with the modern. And then even with it, one person can be a Breslov person, another can be a Chabad dynasty person, and like you can always break it down. So you want to do your best with these, whether it's cars, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, just focus on the things that are, and so whatever it is, like the car thing, I have an appreciation for the courts. I personally like newer Corvettes, but I think it's really cool that we both like that, and I think that help people who like cars are cool. Have an interest in something. And anybody else in the audience, maybe you don't like Corvettes, maybe you do like Porsches. Anyone who talk about that, tell us that. Wow, the people who love the Porsches love the Porsches for the reason that I love Corvettes, and we have a lot in common. And maybe we don't necessarily jive because I like newer Corvettes. My friend like older Corvettes, and my jet likes Porsches. However, I understand now why I understand it's the same thing that I love about Corvettes.
And I would be like myself, right? I should be myself when I'm speaking and I'm talking. Like, well, I tend to refrain. Sometimes I get so to the religion, right? Like something, and there's times that, so,
Okay, so let me ask you, what religions do you have a teaching perspective, which is rabbinical religion school? Okay, so right away, if somebody's like, hey, you're preaching, but you say you're Jewish, but yet you're you're having like the idea of the Nazarene, those are contradictory philosophies. And if you don't see that, your audience will. Basically, oh, absolutely. I mean, we in Judaism don't recognize that to be God. We don't recognize the person to be God. Theology, basically.
Narrative.
Yeah,
Narrative.
it's really theology. It works as well.
Theology.
Exactly. So you're
I'm a
basically somebody watching your screen can already see that you don't have what you're talking. You have the education or the knowledge to be able to talk on these issues. So they're not the next person. So you have for you to talk about in general terms. So are there some things that within perhaps different religions, loving your neighbor or about others or feeding them and taking care of the poor, are those all good things you have to get from a religious? Now that doesn't mean that something you educated and build up your knowledge and be able to talk on things from a religious perspective. Obviously, have the knowledge base to be able to speak on these things, and it's even more dangerous. And it would be one thing if you had you had more experience in religious topics, and you knew that you may have to say, you know what, I'm gonna have to look at. Don't contradict you. Religion many times is full of contradictions, and so don't feel badly if you ever contradict yourself, because that's something that can happen. Here's a paradox. God is God powerful. There you go. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Okay. So if God's can God create a rock, God can lift it. It's a paradox. Both. So if God's all powerful, then God can create any rock any size. He can do whatever he wants. God can do whatever they want. Okay, can they make one so big?
mixing your kind of your religion, your belief, with evidence. Not just evidence, but like kind of like you bring it into your own perspective at first, and perspectives of others, and you try to contradict yourself. Like people will start saying, "When you want to speak, so pretty." Tell me is when you gotta speak, not against,
Well, in this particular case, I'm
but
giving.
not very because of the point. Not to that point.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying on this particular paradoxical part of religion, where you will end up contradicting yourself, because someone may say,
Okay.
"Hey, Paul."
What is the paradox? What is it? What does that mean?
That's a great question. The paradox is something that is logically inconsistent. So, exactly. So we're going to get an exact definition right now. What is a paradox?
You would contradict Allah by saying this, that, and that, right?
I mean, here's a classic contradiction.
The Nazarene.
Yeah, here's the contradiction. Uh, supposed to be God, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Exactly. Okay, fine. Within some beliefs. Okay, and then died on Good Friday, right?
Yeah, Good Friday. Died on Good Friday.
So the earth didn't have God for 3 days. Is that also how can you kill God? If God is all powerful, how kill God?
Then it's not to die.
Another good question that you raised. And then another question arises: scientists speculate that there could be billions of different civilizations in the world. Why does God care about that? Like, did He send us all the different civilizations? Like, what makes Earth any different? Reckon as a philosophy for people with limited thinking and weren't exposed to recognize that perhaps the people may have made some mistakes. Now, as to your question about a paradox is a statement or situation that appears logically self-contradictory or absurd, but often reveals the deeper truth or coherence among closer. So here's one. If I say statements that lead to infinite loops or truth values, such as the liar paradox. If someone's a liar and they say this statement is false, can you believe them? It's paradoxical. Like, you shouldn't believe them because they're a liar, but they're saying this statement is false. Or that right there, they don't have to be a liar. If I just say this statement is false, it's a contradiction somewhat. Here's one. Today. So there are many without harping on this issue necessarily. May not be Jewish, may not be Muslim. Most people generally become more secular. The theme of your street is religion. You're alienating percent of your audience because people don't care about your street. The people who care about religion are going to be in a synagogue. They're going to be a church. They're going to be in a. They're not going to be on Twitch. If that makes sense. Generally. So what you do is you take the learning that you have that you've learned. And I'm not saying the things that you've learned aren't important. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you make it more digestible for a larger audience. So like what's something you'd like to talk about? You say really now. Big Doug, you're cutting out. Can you cutting out? You're cutting out. I like to go.
Right? And when I talk now, I can't be because I don't know my own. But because they
Exactly. You don't want to alienate. Then in frankly, everybody's opinion is frankly equal. And so you don't alienate them. You don't want them to feel like, hey, this person's putting on a pedestal because they taking I have and my feeling. Now, if they are there to follow or listen to you, plus they're specifically there because they, like, let's say you get a pop and they want to stay, then you don't have many issues with you. But when you're starting out, be as neutral as possible. You be as many people as possible because it's going to be the difference between you getting one or two consistent viewers per stream watching you. Once you get to the point where you have 50, 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people watching, then they may want to hear more about what you do. But figuring out you can't be super because nobody's going to want to watch it. All right. Well, I don't know if you're. Let's come.
My internet down a little bit. So, I heard really. And I'm gonna try to hear the people out. My pictures, but
Listen, get to where you have, get to where you can get to a computer or whatever. Then come back in. I hope you have a good one. No, don't worry. Don't you worry about it. Life is full of they ain't crazy, but they could be. What about that?
You're rambling. Like that movie when I was like a kid. She could do a joke about Star Wars. Star Wars is classic. You can totally do a joke about Star Trek. You got a really good joke about Star Trek. Old school. You would definitely do. Because it's almost everybody in the row sees Star Wars. Even that's the truth. Good joke. Man, what's up with Chewbacca? You're right. That's amazing. Oh my God. Enjoy it. I really do like figure out a way to I think that if you just come across enough, you can way that I like to but was there at the end yeah, Dexterville. Joe, question that I ask everybody uh, was that do you remember anything that you did on stage or not embarrassing that you did when you first started out?
Real shaky, like a cold, just sad. I think it all. I was doing okay. This was no tourist in the winter. And so I found a place to pull yourself out of a ditch. We just and this horrible having a well to all because I'm not can I I no recollection.
You know the whole audience.
This jokes that normally worked. Same pause.
Maybe acknowledging something that such a big deal.
Just scream something. It's not saying everybody shut the fuck up. Shit. That's and the only time any banter can be the audience is that makes for a fun argument. It's not just it's you having a conversation with people. Sometimes it's unfortunate. It's not a funny place. Shit. Try to come up with figure out a way that makes it super seen. It's gross. Bullshit.
Even if I don't hear even if you make a judgment, I'll go, yeah. Normally I'll hear what they say, but I'll even bring it back up if I hear it really sort of for it. At the time, Michael, that I would have been able to hear, but I didn't hear. Right.
I'm always around people that gotta make that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm more defensive than I'm offensive.
I love you so much.
Here.
I take a
I already asked you what your thing that you regretted was, right? My best crowd? The, I've never had a sit on stage.
There's something about that East Coast comedy there. If you can get through that, you come out West Coast. It's so much fun. It's
Then I thought it did. The cats one time come up with a show, right? But it's all tough on the kids and please, that was John. They put it all I had one comedian tell me about the previous time he got federal. Another name. It's a great comic, very good comic buddy. He's a great writer. breathe it. And you just have to inhale it every day. Talking about these different things, and he's like, or something big, you know, he's gonna deliver. And he's doing it every time. 2 minutes in, I'm ignored. I'm in 3 minutes. I'm ignored. I know nobody else can hear it. And it's such a good set that 5 minutes in, you know, I think I'm like that. Every theater gets later over. That's really hard. It's great to me. There's like, the adopted story. I told the guy, I don't think we want to see like this. Everything was like everything was I handed me 20. That's why I don't stand up anymore. I didn't think I forgot the year was biggest copy. We believe that that's the connection. Yes, absolutely. It's supposed to be about. It's the whole reason why cattle worshipped and talk or whatever. The oldest civilization. Agree to that. That's the Kevin Bacon. How is secret? You can't eat the cow. Facts might not be accurate. As I heard once said,
twice. It's awful. I used to work in retail. Retail is the only job where you get all dressed up and have something to do. But it doesn't pay you in real life. There was a French fire. Mine was from my job. That was really great. I was supposed to use this job. On the other hand, I always wanted to. I don't know.
What cheese?
I guess I don't know if you want to Tory Burch. I don't know.
That's a,
It's a
what's it called? Child actress number. What's that story?
she sells overpriced handbags. Yeah. I know it's nice things, but at the same time, oh, it
How you living, Pam?
really some people do.
People,
Listen to a podcast. How about you?
Some of them are really nice and I like them, but then a lot of
What'd
them
you say?
are so like
Okay, well,
they also demand
I'm all the entertainment you need, big man.
logo and then they would get
what's your
I feel like I just no, it's okay.
it's just my okay, and it's not the whole entire Filipinos from Manila.
Sure.
what is it about the city of Australia?
Then we would always have to ask them where. There were always people would sit down and start pointing at things and ask them to bring them down. And they were just like, "You get me this? Like, what are you talking about? There's a whole show. What are you talking
Aren't they really short campus?
about?" No, they're
Look at her. She's anger.
answer right away. So very hard. But be interested in it. That's what you're like. You can like the money stuff. And people want to passion behind it.
Still pick on you.
Filipino enough Should I? Really?
Up to 100. I was asleep and I was looking at the watch her flying and I yeah, like all I know is that I felt like this hit the stomach and I woke up and I was like, up with me. I was like, it's like done. I was like, okay. I mean,
So much me in the How long have you question? Good.
I turned
Oh wow. Is that
if it's not a problem, there.
well?
It's great.
wrestler in the national team. That would be very nervous. You're 45, right? That hits hard. Gnarly. Not from. And I remember when I got to serve it. It's like, yeah, how was your, it looks terrible. That's so just, wrestler. Set up. Just sharp. Was a big kid too. Dream. He's mad. Look at this. If he wants to keep on the street, my favorite. Let's go the night too. Be saying, wow, he's the next big heavyweight. I love that kind of confidence. And this is a really? Yeah. I don't know. Like a lot of that's for these 25-year-olds. Spoken really large, right? At 6'6", and already a good fighter. And no doubt about it. But all the tools and the property, by the way, my name is Johnny Curtis. Strategy, I'm certainly going to to throw that problem at 8 years old. Shape feels strong. I'm an athlete. This is a two-time All-American University. George Mason University. Just adored here by everyone. Phenomenal wrestling. Pretty good submission. You know that shot was new for the game, but that's he's got the recipe. He's very serious. Big enough to at 6'6", and he's huge. Yeah, he's a big guy. I'm no professional athlete. He's more big. Big though, isn't it? What's your shitty graphics. I'm pretty sure promotion. This was sponsored by That's a big one. Introducing fighting out of the blue corner. He is a Brazilian jiu-jitsu artist. Holding a professional record of 1 loss. How are you? Fighting out of his opponent on my left, fighting in the red corner. He is a boxer holding a professional record of 1 loss. Fighting out of so offensive. I was at these. Line it up in this matchup here. This looks like it's just a top 6'4". John turns in the olive and black sprawls. So I thought they would have been just the White House. 3rd minute, ready to get the heavyweight start. And Sean keeping up the feet. I think he was versus wrestling is ready. This guy is not really. It's not the big long jab. Wait a minute. Jesus. Also, what are you looking at this to the best? Very good balance. Let's stop the balance. That was such amateur. Get the canvas pretty hard in front of the premise, but he appears to be able to feel inside the change. This is a good spot for him. those takedowns from the pit. Those are phenomenal.
So I watch it.
Brendan Schaub in 1 second. Round one takes care of Johnny Curtis. Brendan Schaub. It's stopped here. You're right. All over the wrestling. They can't take their own like shit. Very, very good demonstration. Taking on a very tough player. This one clearly taking down the fence. Here's the piece going and the game's going. You want nothing to do with the crowd. You want to demonstrate your hand in the black. Terrified. This is probably what everyone's thinking. So at 6'6" and extremely large size, great starts here, bro. Career here with the win is what you're proving here tonight. What we're looking forward to, and we also know that he was putting in big strikes at the end there. Nice music there. He's fully up with you, and he's staying motivated. And this is pretty amazing. Talk us through this, Brendan. I went from feeling like a still front there with uppercut. He's out, man. Like he damaged his knee on the way down. But you're doing what you're supposed to do. You gotta finish that fight until the referee tells you otherwise. Good job finishing. Yeah, you know that's what we're trying to do is finish it till the ref calls us off. So we are not, uppercut help with that. So good night. Hey, future for you, Mr. Brendan.
My dad wanted to see DC after you fucked up his nose. It was just puffy, just disgusting. Like just something. I'm sorry, anything else, fellas? Good. Like 18 years ago, just constant. Didn't always tackle football again. I had to get through football again. Yes, about football again. The difference between those and what's a bad. Now, to my idea, I said, come on, you might go and ride with whatever what's a bad. Yeah. Different. Man, I got the bags. Helmets with the, all the different little pads and some of the things. The pads are like gel, so big, they're so much lighter. That form fitted and they're thin. And they're way better and hard. And it's almost like this thing that's like this thin. I don't think it's like yeah. So you should like pretty jumping your down. Yeah. What issues better technical than you do? They better life. It's just way better. They have to worry. I was fucking sick. It's such a helmet. I was like, he's so much better. The technology's better. What do you think is that good helmet? So I get there, oh, I'd say they're all bucks. It's like that's the one with the company that will always win. So you guys have that jails and approaches. Well, I said like 20%. Like it's my dad. My heads. I'll take 2 of those. You know, audience member. I think they're going off on break. I'm like, I'll take 2 of those. Gotcha. I'll say that. Gotcha. For the kids in the lab, I don't just think you're. Can I get a number, please? I need to know. Okay, let me guess. I'm going to guess my prices will be right. Yeah. I'd say $200.
Oh, I'm glad. For the deluxe one, the line of action right there is 400. Damn, even the nice quality specials. Almost $200. $800 in the token of my check. Wow. But you're right. Help us say in the of God, which is where it has like the mega money spot. Just going for it. You know, that next, I'm like, if you know that, I'm like, maybe they have like microphone or something. I don't know. It's just added. Now I understand where we can fucking this. If you're the quarterback, you don't want to take it to the quarterback. I guess just don't play. Just don't play. Things like that, I think, this box we got seals. You pull on, sure, that, but you know, Pfizer and that thing, you're gonna get the fuck out of here. Definitely short of this not sealed. I seal you. But it's something we're all doing. Yeah. Pretty tall, but yeah, that's what you get sports. It smells like shit. This when you hand me the pants. Oh, the way. Like you could once expand built in. Just 17 years of children sweating. Yeah. And I'm like, you know, imagine like the summer, like middle. How much like dry fit material in there? What it is, the sweat can't stay. It's insane. I don't know. I said you can wear the helmet all the time. You can't just, you used to have it on. So I looked at the bolts in there. So they get a I was looking up this morning. There's this room it's like in Boston at 3:45. But walking and Tigers on 3 points. These weekends are so excited. Yeah, the house be around. Let's party. Let's do this house. Oh, yeah. What time they got to bed? No. Flowers. Flowers been on one. What else are you gonna do? I've been using 1-800 flowers. I leave it last week for 2 years. 1-800 flowers. Beautiful. Mom will love it. All the gratitude, you know. Right now, listen to this. Listen to this. When you order 1 dozen roses for 300 flowers, double that. So you're actually 2 dozen for free. Why something for your mom? That's what I love your mom. Like 2 dozen roses. 50 and 100 flowers is the perfect. The details that matter most. It's carefully packaged and backed by conditions guaranteed. On Sunday, May 10th. Okay, just so you fast. So do not wait. Download the offer before you come. Visit 100flowers.com/TFTK. By the way, I'm going to put it off the last minute. 100flowers.com/TFTK. There it is, 100flowers.com/TFTK. You were telling me, because you're fall in the water. They can't swim. Black man goes, no. Yes. I would say that the thing is, when you tend to be a little weird, it's all a little fun for action. You got options. How many people have died at mostly I feel it's being targeting gays. You should not be out. If we look, he's about to get me. I'm telling you, I just dress like this and I need dysmorphia. I'm not actually gay. So there's hundreds of cases. Serial killer. Yeah, is this Google? Look at this. Come on. It's 2022. 38 bodies have been found. It is actually it's actually kind of a lot. It's having all one in the 20 days. I talked to you. I did. You gotta see it. I cover it up. He was like this. He was like, he goes, because they didn't order a city. He was like bodies all the time. All the time. He comes out, but things. 3 years. What else? That's a good name. He said, awesome. I think you have a lot to worry about people on the block and nights. When you see your I'm thinking what you before you make it, just do a fuck you. Now, I'm still looking around, guys. How many active serial killers are actually? It's like 53. Really? Yeah, all time. Yeah. It's like the one guy who was so breaking when you look into type in how many current active serial killers there. Everybody wants to use it. What do you mean? There's like it's alien or something like that. I just think people need my parents get off the shit. But if you are a serial killer, just I'm killing. It doesn't have to be not do shit. I've always people go, wait, that's what it's over to 25 to 50 active serial killers because at any given time. Yeah, it's numbers likely higher on a worldwide scale. How many people go to the national parks? Yes, it's not a connection. I'm doing this touch. Certain connection. It's weird. That's no stress. You know what? Here's what we know. These good vibes are just people disappearing. We're seeing Rothschild trying to find his color. I may not go for that. I was from a fucking car. I've never been with an engine car. I every year it's like, how many national parks do we have? A ton. They're massive. We're reading as at this national parks, but then it goes bananas. What is 60,000 persons going to in the United States every year in all circumstances. So they're just the total is every year. And if we look every year, it's a city. That's a city. National Park Service says it has 24 national park sizes, 63 national parks. And then as it goes on, remember, it is in 34 public sea, 34. That's all there's. Mountains National Park, and we have 1,100 dated back to a healthy number. It's pretty. 12. National Canadian National Park had 4.7 million visitors without 56 people. Not a big deal. Yeah. Speaking of big deals, you guys avoid the White House. That's crazy. Wow. I know. But I don't. But whatever. So last week he's like today. Last week he's like, oh, I was just talking. But my thing is like, it's to say veterans, it's put it's a good cause. So no matter what side you're on, left or right, saving veterans is a political thing. Now, if God, has a relation with Trump, we can tax him. And he responds, he goes, oh, I'll look at this and I got it done. Just I don't understand. Whatever the fuck they got. Veterans, it's saving lives. It's fucking awesome. It's unbelievable. It was shocked. So what I do? Let me watch this. It's actually pretty funny. It's not even professional. For sure. For 28 years. Cotton candy. What's that? It sure looks like cotton. Yeah, it's all the money in the resources. My favorite thing about it. That's from Rothschild. That's what's his name, Marcus Trump. My favorite thing about Joe is he's wearing. He just got knocked out. Black shirt. Yeah, people get upset. It's like all of this is business. I don't understand. It's probably your mind's made. I've seen some people. He's literally going to like use everything he can to get people to be able to say, well, it's such a major problem. I love waterfront. I actually would like to say, I know he ain't going to marry. Who is a soldier? I don't know. But, what is it? It's a Muslim. I think he's so Trump had major pain points. Yeah. Major pain points and stuff. He had come through. So it's from one of those guys also like PTSD as well. Yeah. Yeah. It's phenomenal. Your sports card customers, yes, just five. That way you get 300 bucks instantly. Download for the moment. That's code FIGHTER. Turn $5 into restrictions apply. Must find a receipt for additional terms and responsibility resources.
Complain about weed as well. The fact that you use this platform to actually stadium is so amazing. Yeah, that's badass.
So, as somebody who's known for 3 years, I can tell you that if you talk about what he is a truly good person, like he would eat everyone all that stuff, but he also is somebody who is very honest with himself and good about it. He's big. He's picky. I just don't know how many times big boy does 6'3" works. 6'3".
I didn't enjoy the exact same dimension. So it's really talking about the motion.
I think Joe might be a little bigger, right? I think your arms are bigger.
Upper body, Joe's like his feet are gigantic.
Yeah. I think Joe's thicker than Nick.
I think upper body is like right now 209.
Oh yeah, he's bigger. You're bigger. Bigger.
I think we're like
Yeah. Everybody around him is pretty tall. Tall 6'5".
how big is our guy?
60. He's big. Deep. I mean, they're wearing shoes. He's really can I say, guarantee. We're ever talking about this.
On the record, people was like, oh, Nick, somebody's bringing up a better word.
Yeah, and I was like, so I guess it bucks your ass a little bit.
Yeah.
I gotta go get my shirt too. I was like, are you gonna go work up? I'm going to now. I have to go cut all this stuff. But I was like crying over like everything that I saw. Bro, like I'm an emotional guy. I've been sick. I'm like, watching YouTube. I would see something. And then I listened to
I told you the story. So back when before the articulated to the red, you just see a guy who was jacked in the gym. And he had to be on like 500 milligrams of this. And 500 milligrams of boys. Oh my goodness. And like, and I came up with you, which you kind of helps with your estrogen. So I'm just on 500 milligrams of estrogen going through the right. No one told us anything about it. So I remember one day in my apartment watching America's Got Talent, and someone hit the golden buzzer, and it just started crying so hard. And I called you, and he goes, "We're gonna get your shit, dude. This is a problem."
Yeah.
My I was.
Your body produces it's so weird. Stuff you take. I can't take. I'm doing a low dose, but during the day it's apparently not that low.
So it's good for you on low, but you'll feel dried out, you'll feel tired, you'll feel weak, and then it's also bad. Like it's also good for your immune system. But you also don't want too high because that's when you're gonna start getting symptoms like you get like you start.
You want it's right.
This one kid in my gym back in the day, he was taking, I think he was taking a gram a week, which is like a lot. And he ended up getting legit because he was like, what do you mean? And he goes, an actual gulp behind his nipple, like an actual gulp. And you know, it's like, he was on that Well, it's not disgusting. While some kid was benching his max, he's sweet. The dude also, don't have much. It was so great. You have to take that right. He never did. He still has nice healthy too. He's not such a physique, but then you look at it, it's just like helping to it's gross. Yeah, you can have that. But you guys think it's like it's crazy. It's not like because back in the day, you go on bodybuilding.com and just trust some guy who was on a forum. Now you have to go down there. Side effects. Check. You have to take something else. You would take I'm surprised that 80 milligrams of plastic if you're hypersensitive. The only time I was crying was when I was taking that probation and I got my your ass kicked about was the ribs because of the shit. I was like, I went right up to antibiotics. Now I'm taking tests. It's not true. It's not like such a simple. I'm fucking. You're right. When you start like 200 milligrams, then sure. Break the show. In my body, a day in my body. My wife watches. You see the guy? No, he's so cute. He was a strong, healthy kid. He's working a forklift runs over him. It takes his entire lower body, his wiener, his ass, all his lips. It takes his right arm and his entire lower body. His wife's being with him. He has infections all the fucking time. Cuts. I'd say before I say what I'm about to say, just know this guy is a hero, right? He's gonna be if you don't do it anymore. How long you left? So I don't want to be a cop. That's what my work is like. That's me. And then there's another guy. I don't know what it's that's what I said. They flew with it. It's some sort of wrestler that it's only up for. I said, you still have a piece? There's another guy on the show where I don't know how long people this is an entire jaw. He's a black guy. Dude, this is, I can't unsee this now. And kind of feel like, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It makes sense. Now I want to make the same. To answer the show, really cool. Jump. How is that spelled twice? Is it T? No. I do. So he has some syndrome. But you can't eat or nothing. You can't go straight. Great. So this is not what I want from this. But that's the thing, like God bless them, they both have girls. They even come. It looks like it does have a little bit of heat trauma. You don't need to eat it. It would make you I'm so like I just heard so yeah, it is. You know, it's gotta be crazy if you're just a guy who's walking on the street. God, like, that's what I'm saying. You're a guy who
a lower body than any other. That's great. You're like some women you're discrediting. Some women just their caregivers and they take care of other people and their fucking husband lost his job. They think how they need to try to support it. I don't know if he was doing a good job. So, well, she was called her home and she said, I like money the way that my dad said. I don't know. Just telling you what happened. So I can explain to you. She goes, you have half a face. I'm going to take none of it. Yeah, I get it. And that's fine. But there's something going on. Okay? It's right now. And I don't know if the lady, like, with the small head or something like that. You know, the lady was skin condition. It's just, you watch it. And I look at my phone like, this is so stressful. Okay, how do you get on the fork? Healthy fast. He was driving a forklift and it just, he went to go on his butt, like gallon of water and it just tipped over. And he flew out and then the forklift said, hold down and pull legs. Hold on, yes.
Have you seen the viral video of the guy in the forklift at the convenience store? And he's trying to pull the box up to his ring. It would be the funniest video I've ever seen. What is it? It's like, I guess they said this rail could up to go with on the cruises all the time. That's when he's sliding all the time with the forklift. It's so fucked up. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh.
Wait. So I'm talking about.
Dramatic.
Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the employee got screwed up there with the box. And that's just he's not screwed up. I won't take the box. Yeah, so I guess it was a great reminder of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes at stores like those, and the risks the employees sometimes take in their job.
That's it's real fast. Go back to hilarious.
Okay. Yeah, now thanks for watching.
I actually ran over something about or ran over somebody. Yeah, what? It's like, imagine being in the house. It's like an outside down, or imagine being inside out. Yeah, I'm like stuck in these books. So you're supposed to tell someone you're going to walk there and you go on the vision. He purposely went under the machine and I ran over someone and he started screaming like that. So he tried multiple times to untie him. He got it. And he's somebody. He has a problem. I don't know what. He's like a believer. He made like 8.
working hard. Worry about your pants. Getting wet. That's what it's just different. 15,000 5-star reviews. 5-star reviews. Maybe they're doing a good job. Or it doesn't stop just because it's about where you do the teach. Stay comfortable no matter what the day brings. Percent off your first order. True Work. That's WERK. That's TREWERK.com. True Work. It matters because it does. He's so zesty. He gets teammates like, hey, but can you tone it down another? Really good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's fucking. So, on, baby. Sometimes.
Yeah. So like break that down. See how it can be perceived. It's a bit 14, so that's something.
Love this. Lingo, he just. Everybody's there. Well, yeah, I'll just play this one. So this is the inside security cast. You can see the whole thing. You're gonna. This chick is incredible.
The meeting was like something you'd see like a beat.
Yeah. It's the whole thing. So he couldn't say less. Easy right, bitch. I don't think it was. He's still going after the scene. Even as a gang, the blonde girl is kind of giving it to her, though. So that's another thing. This is
Right upon that Curtis.
we're down. I mean, it's like such a wig now. You're snapped. Yeah, bitch, judge. Takes your slippers off. Slits. Your knees are in there. Oh, that's like judo right there. You know, girl is. The other girls just stopped. Holy shit. Don't know what to do. This other asshole. I want you to do you think ever watch this? Would it make sense or if girls are going to train people because it's basically similar action? Right. Shit. Yeah. Or going to a cornrows. Yeah. She's still suing her. Her for getting her. Oh my god, the guy back home must have been freaking. Are you guys nice? It's another fact. It's a rapper. She was my own. See her this McDonald's. That's her right in the blue. She's a big time, yeah. She's like, and so this girl looks at sit next to them. What's she saying? She's a big from Chirac. Where someone trying to check. I've had enough. I'm not about this life. Exciting fight. Such an asshole.
That.
I spiced the fuck. All right, over. I spiced the one they said that was just
So then one of my friends was talking, she was like, "Oh, I think I spiced over there." And I'm like, "Oh, girl." So I go up to her and I'm giving her and the other girl is like compliment. And then immediately I spiced her just being really careful and already know me. And she comes by and I'm like, "Oh, where are you from?" Like, and she was saying like, "You could just leave." I'm like, "Oh my God." And then I'm like, I asked her like, "You know what? I don't just give you as a compliment." And I'm like, "You know, where are you from?" She said, "I'm from New York."
she kept going on and she got me. She got me. So I hit her and it's actually everywhere. Like by my car and I hear ice like in the middle of the street. And I'm so weird that I don't want to find her with the boo. So I come back down the street and then
Kind of like, she's our. Like, her sounded. Ice was me. He can't be. Yeah, just leave. Yeah, it's just immature shit. Everyone's like, everyone that comments, she was she should just told us, she wants to be like, that's what she did. She was like, said, yeah, I'm eating with my friend. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, but it's like, he's safe, but they got he's like, oh, what a fire. It's not big. Yeah, yeah, what job? It's really like good. It's sort of like crazy fall. Doesn't yeah. That's good. You guys remember the shooting? He was out at the homecoming dance. He was getting out of the hospital. He's at the homecoming there, so that's what he wanted. Very sweet. What? I know you're laughing at me. I was a neighbor crap. The fire kid is brought to you by Uncle Robbie. Auto parts. Keeping you freaking car on the road, man. They got everything you need. They don't have it anymore. The next day, or the next day, stores closed. The professional parts people go around the stop shop for all the show my wrist, or I want to replace a brake light, or I want service. Okay, stop O'Reilly. I'm coming today. We're just visiting my line at O'Reilly. I don't come outside the fighter. It's O'Reilly. Fighter. Just go by the head of the so for once I need sense. Just charge there's a lot of reasons to that. I forget. Such a long time ago. So my cool stories. Hello, Thor. It's about Thor on the street. And so that's talking. This guy's talking and the elephants would come into his, crops. They would shoot like Thor rock out of like out of here, right? So the next day, the fucking guy comes to his donkey has stopped.
Why don't you go get your fuck that, man. Found out this. He said you've been drunk. I thought it was the alphabet. It's the first time I've seen this too. Which one we're looking at? Oh my god. That's fucking awesome. But still, you guys sometimes will get super common. Whatever. I thought it was just purchasing like a cheap car. I didn't play size. This is trash. I think you guys better shit. Yeah, that's right. Jesus. Go. This is what happens. Sorry, Sanaz. This is what happens. That's one of my favorites. But it was not a big laugh. He liked. And so there was a lot of people there, but every single break of the minute, the drugs was on the phone. Yeah, I told you. One thing I did was know this way, but I was very happy when you're at work. I asked the son if you would talk, and they're all the same. Yeah, that looks good. He goes, business speakeasy. You have to leave your phone at the door. And just, you actually have to convert some people to what happens if another shit you check your phone. So you know, it's right there. That's the best. And like talking so much better. That's my I was trying to look at it. Like, you can't be on your phone. Right. Well, this one is our some argument. It's in the more appetizers, much more fun. Yeah, drinks on so it's good for those reasons. But then it's easy to do. Turn your phone in. That was great. I don't know why we're here. and try to do this. Our wasn't like this with anybody. We can meet. Oh yeah, first, but I'm good. I'm still bumping. We got my kids were told that was going to be this. When I tell you it's not the most super I've been after workout in Miami. Oh, that movie too. What was the movie? Just the details. It was the bioscience. It was the way that he trains is just so much different than the way that I train. I train with like a power builder. You know, and he just does that like everything. It's like the body builder. Put it this way, at the end of the year, we're gonna do girl pushes. And we're feeling the team. We're gonna go from your best work around you. That's gonna be fun. He showed us great. Some of the stuff that he wrote. The guy is a funny guy. But he's a big, I don't care if I crew. I just want to do it. It's not real. And then now I've gone back into some of the other guests, right? Yes, we got them. You see the big fan of, and it shows like this has no ego. And like some of the guys are too, is that no, I respect what you do, and I don't like that. I'm not ready to blow. It's like some of the people are such that type of person. They don't want to put themselves in an environment to fail or you're gonna fail the first time you do it. You can like maybe use them, you figure out a way to say you can try, but then a little bit. Let's work it. Here's how we work into the trial. Like it's here, so like it's not to learn the right joke. It's like taking so much. Yes, it's not so true. Gonna be family fit. Yeah, okay. Come through. I'm gonna have a cover some time. It's about 24 minutes. We're gonna watch. Let's go. Yeah, get something. We got some really good punch on it. Just going this week. New York Comedy Club in Stamford, Connecticut, which doesn't make sense. And then I'm at New York City Comedy Club this Thursday at 8 p.m. Right at Kensington, which I've never been again before. Yes. Well, I'm going to ask an audience, so you be my no snow. Maybe get an audience. Like, hey, that's it. This is the kid who went out. It is Monday. How we doing? How's everybody out there? How was your weekend? A lot of rain here in Texas, kids. A lot of rain. Let's play some rain-based on July. Straight up tap. Honesty's going to be there as well. What's the regular budget? Equipment. These things. But boy, you're going to be exhausted today. Especially with some of the other contenders, yeah, it's burst on the scene, making their debuts, basically. Jourdain fighting Kyler Phillips is probably my favorite. Mike did you know his brother was a professional hockey player? So it's like, yeah, it's definitely a bunch of studs, man. Burns is kind of that guy. I hate this term, but he's like the gatekeeper to get into the top 8, top 10. Like, you beat Gilbert, even though he's old enough, you beat Gilbert. That's a big feather in the cap, you know? Dude, this is how long in the game. Gilbert, at my house in LA, and they introduced him as the jiu-jitsu coach over. He was just a jiu-jitsu coach and a pro fighting about. And how long has he been fighting? That's a lot of Gilbert. Dude, this term is he's a good dude. He's a nice guy. Dude. Gilbert Burns doesn't have a mean bone in his body yet. He's just freaking on the roster. He's like, he had one first team all friend. And he just rushed up the scene. That's profile 2012. Yeah, first fight 2012. Rabbi is just a jiu-jitsu guy. How everyone loves him. True, everyone says he's the best. He's the sweetest. Sports anytime. Everybody is right against the outside. After he lived experience on the side, 4 years ago, the lived experience on the side, for whatever reason, decided to go style boxing until we do hits. People forget, man. People sleep like Gilbert. He was a monster. He dropped pounds up there, all the after and totally connected. And he's just like that last segment. Was that 5 in a row? 5 in a row. And he retired. That's the right thing to do. And here's the thing. He's just say, all right, that's it. Throw it away. We don't have any retirement. So one big card to get that whole big tribute on that. The biggest names, these names like Jorge, boy, tough dudes, really tough dudes. And so these guys got like just the proper signal. When you give me a heads up, you know, okay, all right, man. Yeah, really good. For a lot of years. You're 4 months in a row. Gatekeeper, Mike, it's coming up. His brother just happens to be enforcement, I think, for the LA Kings. Is it LA? I don't know, man. Just got a little over his knees and got slapped. He had some good fights overall. Jackson. She was like caught off camera with the sit. I know what you're saying. I hate it. My thing did, but they're saying that more. Wow. night, man. It was a good night, entertaining. Bunch of fun to about it. That was a good night. And, the biggest news of the weekend. The biggest news would be the announcement that Patty's giveaway on the international fight week. That's one of the biggest news. Expect if you're around enough, it's going to be Benoit Saint-Denis. Also rumored it's this fight is essentially confirmed. This is from sometimes how much they report news as in almost confirmed, but it's nowhere near confirmed. Yeah, or they make it up like Saint-Denis. This next one against the English. Some liberal playful French slang term for English people. Swiss international flight, the rumor mill that Conor McGregor. I was thinking about it. The winner of that is on the right path. Either Patty or Conor on the right path, the winning path, right? Both of them make sense, and all the nubbies in the world. And if you go back, months ago, I was saying that will happen. The only issue with that, when you go through it's like you get 55. The 55 are huge 55, so you really give me that 70. Keeping off a loss at 55, it's not like nowadays. His first technical loss. Most people think he lost to Gordon. He did it. But he did, but so he was one loss lightweight, but he was fighting for it was a title fight against Jeremy KJ. He would have won that. So I know the White House against Joe Beard. So it would be weird, even though it is the Golden Goose is Conor McGregor. It's going to be minimum days if they do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense for just the semantics for the division. The fight for Patty at 170 just goes up to 55. So if the fight at 170, you imagine Patty and Conor up. Let's say Patty wins that. And it was seen in the division. And then you go back down to 50. It's strange. It doesn't make a ton of sense. If it was Conor, wouldn't he be the last man like crazy? I'm really excited. I would never mind. Certainly, you got to get through some of the big events. They usually wait for this big news for a number of events. I forget they would announce Conor or Conor with the White House. That's way too late. They could do it. It's a different regime. It's just things are different now, so they could do it. But probably years, big news or wants to be the first to break his. That's when he get his, Instagram live and shit like that. He wants to be able to break it. Nobody else. So, if this kid, especially if it starts to trend towards leaking, where it starts to be picked up by the legit outlets, like these random ones with circulating, that's what you see. I just know it makes all the sense if you're not appears for numbers and to get eyeballs and to highlight Patty and Conor. Like this makes all the sense. But I always thought they'd do always. It just doesn't make a ton of sense. Logic, like it's just I get it. Massive stores. Just like that, I think you'd be favorite.
right, 100%.
Yeah. So, he said, right, I was trying to make so that he fights somebody. So they were connected. It's just all jumbled up. I just you're crazy. If he fights Connor, would you like to see? He has a good chance of being Connor. It's pretty, it's a big, so far. You want to bet on Connor, the offense and he's out. But as far as the way he goes, he tried to Jimmy relevant, like tough competition. It makes sense now. You get down to 55. Of course you do it. It's like, well, Patty's gonna have a tough time taking college now. So it's like, great. College take down it's pretty good. What version of Connor we get? You want to realize that when you're John Connor coming up, just as good as he was 4 years ago. So, from the UFC, want to shoot these up there, but he's more shooting. This one, this one, this one, this one, because he's massive. Top 8 stars in the UFC. The challenges that like, who's he fighting? You're like, it's like, I'm like, oh, look at the hands of this 20 star. They don't match his own fight. Look at those 8-10 fights on his career. Maybe 10, maybe something 10. Yeah, I would be still for it. I'm sure I've been asking for a second. What else? All right. Well, you mentioned and wrestling draft favorite. Basically, it's a cheating. Basically, throwing him out of whatever that's called. So, on a platform, so you can see so on like the wrestling mat, so everybody's eye left the wrestling mat. So you don't know before I see it. There's angles. Or something, anything like that. You're all did you see the kid focus? Yeah, he's honestly, he's kind of a douche, man, to be honest. He's kind of a douche, but it's like, it's great for, being popular. Yeah. The folks, it's on a private thing. It's on, private thing. It's like, you can get off like, I'm going stuff here. So this is just, there's not much here. You can see him talking to the staff. And then he's walking out here. There's him talking to me. He flies in this. Yeah, I told you. You're just like, buddy, you're on a flight. You're far away, but you can get Wi-Fi as soon as you get fucking 10 minutes. I got stuff. I mean, I'm explaining something. It was like from empty seats. I asked the lady because my seat was next to my friend and he's a little bit big. I said, okay, maybe it's empty seat. So I asked the lady, can I sit here? seats. They're telling, job at American Airlines, so it's just tough, man. You know, it's like you gotta sit in your seat. You know, try people, especially like once you're here, if there's open seat, you can ask to move to a page. If you're just randomly be like, no, I'm sitting here. Like, no, you're not. Yeah, dude, it's just they just little. It's all been great. I also don't feel it. You know, I don't feel it. You know, it's also social. This is the same. I got away with. You know, wow, I'm sitting here. It's like that doesn't really rude. So, you know, it's just like I get everyone. You know, like Bilal be like, flyer, and everyone be like, dude, you know, marketing lines, airlines, no, it's like. I get it, but I love him as much as the next guy. It's like, don't do that. Don't be the guy. Like, those people, their jobs, it's tough, dude. It's just like, it's not. It's like, don't be the brain. Like, kid. It's like, that's the way to go. That's just for your pride. Like, that's a weird flag. That's just sort of take off and not do much about it. You might be driving flights and you have to be like, guys, and the other 11, the other 10, anybody say 11 to 1? Yeah. You're flying with people. Yeah, I was sort of react like that. You react like that, but doesn't mean are you on basically on the your one sister just Islam? Are you that guy? You know? Shut the fuck up. Put your phone away. Why are you acting like this? What do you money be on these flights? You guys think you fly with Army? What are you doing? Put your shit away. What are you doing? So you go and break your picture of this. It's like you're scrolling through your feed. When all of a sudden you see it, for me it's a car part or a cool car shirt. I'm like, what's that? I'm like, well, it's downstairs. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to check out my address. I don't know. What am I going to do? You see it? That little purple paper. It has all your information shaved, and all you do is click, and it shows up. Cha-ching, that's Shopify, baby. That's right. Shopify's the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. Some names like your big boys. Shopify podcasts, Fire the Kid. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of reviews, templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get the word out like it's your marketing team. Great customer service. It's 24% customer service support. And of course, they got that. Dude, it makes things so much easier. I use it all the time. Shopify. See, let's go to the payment and order sales go cha-ching with Shopify and their shopping button. Not the shopping button, or some card, but it helped me from it. Sign up for $1 today at Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAB. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching. Program.
Thousands of
It's like that's just so weird. It's like, yeah, I love everyone's getting props and stuff. It's just like, you know, let's not go deep into it. Yeah, that's just not cool. So this is his afterwards. Is what he fucking Fiverr. cameras flying around. They just want to get things done. Was that like? I don't know. I'm not down. I don't get how it's cool. That's the best question. Why you just this is the first place you know with it, but hey guys, I'll be. Yeah, cool, man. What do you think about that? Like, even though I'm and everything, you know, throwing up everything about that whatever that platform. What do you think in your mind? What do you think the display is? That's really fun. So, yeah, it's a display. Again, I like Marvin. He's a wild boy, so it's a reason why I just like him. But it's like that stuff. The legend, you know. Jump board with Marvin. I'm still a fan. Tossing you around and doing this. Airlines. He's trying, he's streaming, he's doing that stuff. I don't think he's a bad guy or anything like that. But a lot of times when you're getting all this feedback, all this detail, yo, you're crushing this. It's a thing. You can get into your head. It's an ego thing. Hey, man. Oh, but it's a dope highlight. No, I know, but you should. He was good enough. You know, thank God Arbiter was like, dude, it was awesome. And guys, it's like show respect. Pile drop cement. No. What the fuck are we going to? No pile drop. Drink tray, all this is discipline. All this is discipline. And he's amazing. He's like, as you can see in this, and honestly, it's for fact, but when you have discipline issues outside of training, you can be crazy discipline in your sport, and then you're crazy on discipline outside the sport, and then it all works out. He's so good. He works really hard. But again, who knows? It could just be a weekend thing. I don't know. If you see a guy who's doing all these other things online, there's no way he's going to get all the this. Doesn't work out. You can turn that on. I mean, you can things the right way, or sometimes you think the right way, sometimes you don't. And some people just think the wrong way all the time. Professional. Like he was just fucking that's where it seems it's all these people like cheering him on for doing this kind of shit. It's kind of like, what do you want? He had like 8 different friends. But again, he's the guy who's got some truth. He's not trash. Like he's paying for everybody. He's doing something. They're not going to question the guy who's leading the charge. Yeah, but if you don't have the friend, you don't want to do it. Just you see, let's get there. And then when we're there, it's off free. That's nice. Let's see your letters with that. So your friends, bigger, pretty tiny. It's not like a big dude sitting next to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's not like me and Taylor all sitting next to each other. Big dude. Those things are bigger than me. If I took my next to me, you know, and guarantee. Just like sign up for it. Just do something. Wait. We get it online. Oh, yeah, fuck American Airlines. Oh, dude, she's fighting really hard. Okay. Yeah, all that shit. That's what stuff ever. See any issue? And that's good luck. But again, Barman's so yeah. What's even so he was doing this straight and he did not give him an opportunity to fly from hell right away. It's like it's getting out and out of this is why. I mean, you just don't know this shit when you live behind the scenes. Just watch shit. And it's fun and you'll come back and stuff like that. Thoughts on this? Well, he signed a deal with Superbox. It's just he wants his I think it would probably Strikers. Yeah, he's the thing is that's like the bonus because he's signed super season. He's like much money right now, but if you want to be with us, take this shot to work. Go throw it, take a little bit more. He has paid 85 years. Yeah, give it a chance. Did you not think it's fighting for 15 million? It's not a bonus. He fought that filing that bonus. I think you cut that. Well, why do it? Because it's going to do it. Okay. Supposedly that's what happens. Let's get it. You're talking to a guy who's about to be fucking 3-division champ. How make fucking sense? You tell me he gets 2 points more. He's more valuable than that. You know, he has his mom. He's making more money than dumbass and all. Down on the whole, like, this is boy, I'm paying this much more dog because he has the funds through that. That's what bought into that. But just to show off, like, all you want. Even if he's not being a good mess of this incredible star, I think he seems to be pretty proud of himself. He's not doing comments. He's not fucking $15 million. He's not. No way you can do that. One thing. That's what we're still really good. I guess I know it's a different store, but the rest of it's like, what the fuck? This guy, he can't hit up. He was so much. And I'm well, this man is one of the best today. He's no way he can do his level summer. He is. Fighter. Some sponsors, so these guys that face your calculus payments. Basically, get levels from a boxer. And you got paid to get lunch. Nobody says anything. I mean, the fast fighter from upset. Which was UFC fighters. You win their help. Crazy, but man, you know, it's like nobody's. ACL injury, and it's like that once or something. He's over. In this, it's on his return. You do a 205. I mean, it's going to be a while.
Yeah. One of the good things about it is that he was a power slam last night. He was going to stay in things. He's going to start working at the PI. Apparently, where he lives in Australia is in a remote part of the country, so around him and to find before the Performance Institute to get these guys surgery, doctors that come back that wouldn't do anything. They would, physical recovery. So now at the PI, that place is safe. Help more athletes along their careers. We'll get him in there, see how fast he starts to recover, and we have not. Set up there. So there's no good. But there's no problem. Jam that we wanted to, take away from this big business relationship. Help grow. So there's that. All that stuff we know about. But some of that work, some of that was okay. That's what was, yeah. If you're ignorant of it, that comes society, right? You're not going to put these back in the competition. All right, so you're going to heard this interview with Hamzat. Something happened on the streets, but he dies 30 minutes into and he could do it, right? So there's a shot stream on this right. Hold on. See if it's right. I don't like it. I was like 10 minutes. All day on. I'm the last dude. Fight. Shut up. I came out with this bag and such on site of this agent. That's why I love the fact that coming up, what you're trying to accomplish, anything put his knee on the that was up to James. Either just make him go to business or he'll just fucking take him. Anything else he does? Yeah. Freestyle wrestling, it's such Maya. I'm doing if you know about or if you have the wrestling promotion. I just wonder if you have any thoughts on that and just kind of where you know, what they've done in the past few months and they've been putting on a lot of events and just accountants. What do you think of that?
Go on, Rabbi. You can ask chicken in and tell you that. Yes, sir. What's good stuff? Absolutely. All right. So, if you create a Rumble account, all right. I'm gonna walk you through. I'm gonna put your hand like you're a toddler, and we're gonna watch you grow before our very eyes. Sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right. So, let me know when you created the Rumble account. Okay. Cool. Do you already have a YouTube channel?
I have like accounts, correct, but like don't. I don't think it's
That's, it'll take 24 hours for you to be able to shoot.
oh, okay. Should I only use the same username?
Yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. You want to be a serious streamer, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's your YouTube?
My username is just
All right. Is it that on TikTok?
I mean, it is, but like it's I have a different name, so I should focus on changing the name to another name.
That's what I'm able to do. That's what Aiden Ross is able to do. Hey, go to Aiden Ross on Kick, on YouTube, on Instagram. We're all the same. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. That's what you want.
Okay.
So, the first thing that I would do, even before making your Rumble account, is if you have just Pashi on Instagram,
I'm pretty sure I have everything already.
well,
Let me check.
check it out.
Should I also like should I always be authenticating all my work so that no one can access it? Like authenticating apps. You know, like
That becomes such a problem. You gotta say you dude. What if you break your phone? Oh, okay. So here's the thing. Right now, nobody cares about you. Okay. Nobody wants to. When you become bigger, yeah, then do all that. When you have 100,000 followers on something, or maybe before then, even just 1,000, okay, then do all that shit. But right now, you're gonna be authenticating your ass all fucking day if you do that. And every time you log in,
smart process. Smart process.
I think it is. Because you're gonna, like today alone, you're gonna create like 80 different social media accounts. And if you get into the two-factor authentication and all that shit, okay, that's cool. What happens when you drop your phone, you break your phone, you don't have access to it? Like basically, when you get into that world, your entire career is in your hands. And I see how you are on a phone. You dropped your phone earlier today. you have a phone case? You gotta do no.
I gotta get my phone case. I got it.
Where so get a selfie stick phone case. Those are two big things you can do IRL street. They're really cheap and um, they're important. But that's not that big a deal. Literally everything I tell you, we're doing for free. So don't think that you're gonna find a bunch of shit. Okay, so answer my question. You, are you the same name on Instagram?
No, I have different names.
Okay, that's all right. You want to commit this, right? All right, then you're gonna have to change your name on some. Um, I don't know what is your name on just good.
Apologies, that's like my.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So just see if you can make your Instagram just touch. Cool. Okay, excellent. Do the same thing. You're good.
Hey, we're
Let's go. It's right. All right. So those are the two bit like probably two of the most hard. Um, you should be good on everything else, especially because you're not just going with a common name. Your name isn't John Smith, and you're trying to get John Smith everywhere. You know that kind of stuff. Really crazy. All right. So now what you want to do is go to uh, Linktree, linktr.com. Yeah, there is that. But just Linktree.com. Linktree.com. Yes. And you're going to get this flash. Um, no. Slow down. It's like free for like the
yeah. File.
text. And again, everything I tell you is free. So don't
That's my first step right now, right?
worry. We're going to build
Building my link.
Yeah. Build it.
Is this like simple? You know, you put them
Do whatever you want.
everything.
Do whatever you want to do. You can change it. You can change that stuff.
And then you change my YouTube.
You may not have YouTube. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you haven't created a channel, then you don't.
I mean, I've had this channel for a while. It's a new channel.
Okay, yeah, then you go to edit channel and make it just Are you able to change it to just Pashi?
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
your word.
That's great. Right. So now you're starting to build your brand, and I'm going to give you all the tools that you need to be successful. And by the end of today, like you're not going to leave this call for a few hours. If you have to, you can. But if you're going to be like making a kind of and making logos and all kinds of stuff, and you're going to be uh, making your bio and stuff. But by the end of it, you're going to be, of course, you're going to be a company. So be ready. And in the name of your company, it's just passion. Which is a really great name, by the way. It's connected to you, and it doesn't have numbers in it. There are no underscores. Uh, is it JUSTPOSHE? Why?
JUSTOSA. Just
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So it is kind of just how it's spelled. There's nothing like IE or anything like that. It's pretty easy to pronounce. It's not easy to make fun of. The worst somebody's going to say is just pussy. That's so what? Like, you know what I mean? I'm looking
It's
on.
not too harsh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at all the stuff that people are going to use to make fun of you online and all that stuff. And you're pretty solid. Okay. Did you get your lecture? You make it /just flash.
And currently also, I see that there is different aspects of text and on Facebook are out there. So I'm just trying to change my name.
Yeah,
I can proceed it.
yeah.
So I can do it.
And, you're, yeah, okay, do that. What said, what said please try?
Okay, I guess I should say that again.
What said please try again later? Yeah, no.
I was trying to change my email. It wasn't working.
That's okay.
I don't know. This that's like for people to find you, right?
It's the thing. It's the link that you put in your bio, so that people are able to connect with you on all your social media. So, like, if somebody's like, "Yeah, but where can I find your stuff?" But keep in mind, I've been doing this live 24/7 for more than 4 years. That's a huge amount of time. It's more content than any person's ever created on the internet before. Okay, so we're talking like giant amounts of data. Right. And I have a lot of accounts. I have more accounts than any person on earth. I have over 100 accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. What are individual global history?
Expert. I got my name. I keep my ex private or not? What do you think?
Keep your ex private. No, I think it's all public. You're a brand. Now, have you tweeted anything in the past?
Just join Facebook.
No.
And I did all my posts. Yes, I did. I did say some contradiction with stuff.
No,
but,
shit. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Just so long as it's clean now.
yeah, no.
Excellent. Okay. So you got your ex, your Facebook. That's a big one.
Facebook.
Don't get yourself- Dozens of times a day. Dozens.
Oh, really?
Dude, I've been using AI since before large language models were available to the public. On camera, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched on November 30th, 2022. My stream cut over. I've been streaming live 24/7 since 2021. So, like, I have the whole story of AI and its connection with humanity. 85 on my archive on my stream.
I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna check that out. That sounds so cool. I did keep doing AI myself a little bit. I started learning how to do that. But it was more of a like, I wanted it.
Well, becoming neat.
It's becoming deep. It's becoming deep.
That's right.
Which you can't actually about AI. Maybe you know.
Claude, see, I use Gemini, I use
Are they all a little bit different? Or a lot of that were
they're all basically the same. So what I like to do is like I'll write blog posts and I will take one of them, like ChatGPT, I'll write the blog post. Then I'll take it and put it against Gemini. Make sure this is 10 out of 10 logical soundness. Or evaluate this article for logical soundness out of 10. And it'll be like 9.8. And I'll be like, okay, how could this become better? It'd be like, well, you can do this, and there's a weakness here, and perhaps there's a little bit of overstatement here. I'm like, okay, they do it.
so basically you're comparing the Trump.
Exactly. So then I'll say, exactly. So then I'll say, make those changes. So then it'll make the changes. Then I'll take that new article and I'll send it back to ChatGPT and I'll say, hey, what do you think of these changes? And they'll be like, oh, those are really good. Those are really good. Like, I'm glad that you provided me. And I'll be like, okay, evaluate those out of 10. And it'll be like, it's 9.9. Like, how can it be better? And it'll be like, well, looking at it now, with like new eyes or whatever, I think that you can make these changes to it. And we can make those changes. So then it'll be like, okay, we think it's a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Gemini. I say, Gemini, is this a 10 out of 10? It'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Copilot, and it'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Perplexity, and it'll be like 9.8 out of 10. I'm like, Perplexity, how could this get any better? And they're like, well, there's an overgeneralization here. I'm like, okay, we'll fix it. Then it'll give me a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it back to all of them. Not saying they all have to say it's a 10 out of 10 because that's not always possible. Sometimes they'll make little changes, or one of them will be like, to have this opinion can't be a 10 out of 10 for some reason. But I'll get them all in either 9.5 and above to 10. That any normie who's reading this on the internet is like, this is the best thing I've ever read. This person has all of the logic that I would want out of an essay. And then I'll publish it. So I use that against each other. Additionally, I'll make pictures with it. You're going to make pictures with it and not too much, very sweet. And for your logo. And I'll say, make my picture X, Y, Z. And it'll make the picture for me. And I'll be like, okay, edit it this way, edit it this way. Maybe it's not editing it the way that I want. I'll take it and put it into one of the other ones and be like, edit it this way. And I'll be like, okay, we edited it for you. What do you think? And then I'll get it to the point where I want it.
Using it to your own benefit, but not to a degree that it's like you do it. Like, people, they have this video on AI, like AI, and that's my
Sure.
so much great information. So, straight.
Absolutely. Well,
I've tried speaking myself, right? I've tried doing it myself, and
yeah, no, nobody's going to watch it. Especially if you're especially if you are not if like you just create your account and you don't have a biography, you don't have a logo, nobody's gonna think it's you.
we just say
Yo, your microphone dropped down. Go ahead.
configure some settings to see. Right now, I'm not satisfied.
Okay.
I for my 10 so
That's a good thing.
use.
They them. The reason why is it's just easier. For the people as they, them, as opposed to he, she, you don't have to think about it. And you'll always be right. Unless you get somebody who's like, you have to call me he, they, or something really weird, with, like that never happens. Nobody's going to correct you anyway. If you call someone who's transgender, they, them, they will appreciate it.
Really?
100%, as opposed to misgendering them. 100%. You don't want to make somebody feel lonely. So, another thing you can learn is just call people by their name. So, like, let's say somebody's in your chat and they're like, uh, yo, go check out the UFC fight. And you can be like, this person's username is, let's say, Sammy1234. You don't know if Sammy's a boy or a girl. And you just be like, Sammy1234 wants me to watch the UFC. Should I watch the UFC? Should we do what Sammy says? And they'll be like, yeah, as opposed to saying, should we do what he says or she says? I don't really know who it is because you can't see them or anything. And you don't know what
You're giving the
yeah, I would say like that. Um, Not so much a voice. You're keeping things very neutral.
oh, is that like you're controlling it? Or like you're just asking the cat if they want to do it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand what you're saying because you're thinking uh, because of my example. I'm saying like let's say you have someone in your chat whose name is Sammy1234. You don't know if Sammy is a boy or a girl, right?
Yeah, the one like that, the one that I did.
Exactly. So you can either say whenever you refer to them, Sammy1234 wants us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship or whatever. Or you can say they want us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship. If you just say they them, you're never gonna offend.
What do you think about the server side?
That's fine. Just use whatever you want.
And that's where I originated from, from that's why I started talking.
Right. Well, I mean, you're gonna have your own.
Oh, I'm gonna have my own.
You're gonna have your own Discord. But no, you don't have to just that costs money. You have to pay server and stuff. You're not gonna get that right away. So you can keep it for everything I tell you is free. And then if you have some money that you want to spend on some cooler shit, you can get into all that. But for right now, don't worry about it.
Oh, so right now I'm just trying to look good. Like, what am I doing? Like, I just need to work. So,
Exactly.
spend too much time on looking good.
Oh, yeah.
Because in the future, you can always get, like, you can always get Nitro Plus, and Nitro Plus, there's a lot more, categories where you can update this, update that, this, there.
Cheers.
That's correct.
Okay, so I write my bio, right? What is keep in mind?
Yeah. So we're gonna do that in a second. Are you ready to write your bio?
Let me get to that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did you change your Facebook yet?
That's the one thing I didn't. The one thing I didn't
That's
do right now. Oh wow, that's probably 17.
yeah. It's gonna be.
Yeah, that's a. Let's see. Uh, I think that's my name and my last name.
Yeah, that's fine. But
You want it? You want it? So then I just.
yeah, the username is different than your name, your first name, and last name. You want to make the username just Kashi or whatever. So then you just ask ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. Use that.
Yeah, but it stops in 5 minutes.
Oh, it's not something.
No. They're stopping.
Oh, it's not. Really? Actually, are?
It's amazing.
That thing is so. Code. I used to make videos.
Right. Here, but they said it was too expensive, so it's no longer.
They couldn't maintain it.
I mean, they said it cost like $30, which was just too expensive.
So that
Dormant.
what happens when the company shut down? Something.
The company's not shutting down. The company's worth like it's going to be worth trillions of dollars. Everyone, but that project, Sora, was started by ChatGPT. Too expensive for them to drop.
That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense.
So that's a corporate.
After, I'll do that in a bit. My main focus is the Facebook.
Yeah. So just you don't have to sign up to ChatGPT. You just ask it a question without signing up. And the question you want to ask is, how do I change my username in Facebook?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is that how you started? Started picking out?
Oh.
Or is that? Or that's not one of the things.
No, I was streaming before it was a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How was that? Oh, I was streaming.
Make shit a lot harder because you had to type everything, like hashtags and all that shit, and find views.
Okay.
like when I write something now, I can write it so much faster, and um, I can uh, make it in different languages, all kinds of different. It makes me like 1,000 times more. I don't want to say 1,000, but like 10 times more efficient. I was.
Okay, can I give you a question?
You can ask a question.
Can I ask you a question?
You can
Let's say you have not the best social equipment.
that's what you're doing right now, man. You're gonna make your like logo and like biography. Everything's gonna be linked. You're gonna create a bunch of different social media accounts. You're gonna connect them all. By the end of the day, you're gonna have a huge footprint, and that's gonna start getting crawled by Google. And in like a week, when you Google just possibly you're gonna be the top 10 results.
Um, yeah, never know. Say it. WhatsApp. Should I do WhatsApp, but that's not important for now.
Yeah, you want to do all that stuff here. I'll send you the list. I recommend it. Here's why. As you get bigger, you'll get some company that steals your darn it, I should have done that thing when I could. Then you have to pay them to be able to get your name. It's known as um, squatting. When you have just Pashi at Gmail.
Wait, I might. I got just maybe 7.
Yeah, that sucks. What about just
Yeah, it's just 7. So I should change that first.
no? Just try to get a new one. Just Pashi. You probably like just try.
Oh, okay. My username on my email is a bit different. Try getting that way.
Just create a new email account. Try to get just Pashi. If you can't, then don't worry about it. Then don't create it.
I'll try that. For work.
Please.
Years to the States.
All right, go ahead. Go check check your Discord messages. And then say that this thing goes
Okay.
and
So I have like half the list already. That's good. That's good.
and also I'm gonna say too, like I felt oh man, probably at this
I
point
don't know what you adjust on the
you've got just partial. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you somebody else who I know, and you're gonna I'll send you a couple of them. It's whatever you want, but uh, take a look at it. You're gonna want to make your you're gonna want to make your logo something like yeah. So look at what I sent you. Now these were just some like random people who I met. Yeah, exactly. But you want it to be at the top, just Tosh, and then at the bottom your link. Right now, you're just a random Discord. Like honestly, I'm like this 100%. I did not give a flying fuck about you. Nice, like I you like kind of because you just had that random. It's more at emoji or whatever. I don't know. You're like you just leave on my after, dude. I get so many different message requests a day that all the people who are bots or have random accounts have what you have, just that random green Discord guy. So what you're gonna do is you want to create something that's you, and then it'll make people pay attention to you. Like, oh, this person gives a shit about their account. It's not just the default thing that everybody. Does that make sense? Excellent. Now for just Pachi, do you see the one that I have? Like it says giant judge or whatever. For yours, I would probably make it a capital J and just, and then a capital P and Pachi, and no space, so that when a person reads it, they read it as just Pachi, not just Pushki or whatever. They don't think it's one word.
and people are gonna mispronounce the name like like
No, it's pretty easy. But no, it's actually really easy. Just, but if it's all one word in lowercase, then they're gonna have difficulty with it. If it's capital J, USP, and then capital P, OSHI, they'll recognize that it's two words together. Does that make sense?
so it's like simplifying.
Exactly. So what you want to do, and you can do this now, is go to ChatGPT. You want to log in. You have to. This is the feature that you need to log in for which you need to log in. I have an account already.
They name
You want everything to be just
the first step is like concentration and putting yourself out there.
People need to be able to find you in order to follow you. Let me put it to you this way. If you created these accounts right now and didn't touch them in 10 years, you will have 1,000 followers on every single one of them. Just randomly, people will follow you. If you don't have the accounts created in 10 years, you will have 0 followers.
The algorithm.
Exactly. Good.
So I put in, you know how you also different social media platforms. Yeah. I put them into the guy and categorize them by different like work, media, audio, blog, social media, it's right. Okay. So if you're trying to build a tree,
No, but you don't want to do that right now because that's fine. But okay, what you want to do now?
it overwhelms people. Okay.
What? No, people don't. That's what you
No, that's what the AI is.
You want to overwhelm people. You don't have a social media footprint right now. You want all your shit linked to you. So that if somebody's using, I don't know, and they know you're on Snapchat, they're going to connect with you there. If they have to go to where the people are. You can't force the people to go to where you are. Okay, moreover, if you meet with somebody, like I met with somebody the other day, we did a podcast together last week. Well, they're in England, and they're like, hey, will you follow me if I follow you? Absolutely, after we did the podcast. And guess what? I didn't have to be like, oh, well, I don't have one of those accounts. I had every account. They were able to connect with me on everything. You got to think of it like this. If you don't have the account, nobody can follow you. If you have the account, people will follow you. They'll organically look you up. All right, so here's what you want to do, though. Okay, so you know how I sent you two examples of pictures or logos or whatever? You have a picture of your.
What's it? I'll put my name out there. Like if I create a profile picture, so then people, once they see the profile picture, it's gonna they'll see my name on there, and that they will click. Okay, here's a name. Here's right.
Okay, do you have a picture that you like yourself that you don't mind sharing with the world?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So here's what you want to do. You want to take that picture of yourself that you like, and you want to take that example that I gave of Giant Judge, and you want to say, please replace the person in the middle with my picture, and at the top make it just Poshi, and at the bottom make it Linktree just Poshi. And you want to make sure that you don't have everything all capitalized. It should be capital J, small U, small S, small T, capital P, O, small S, small H, small I. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then at the bottom, you want the same thing. Capital L for Linktree, linkttree.com / and then capital J, small U, small S, small T, and then capital U, and then small O, small L, small H, small I. So that it reads at the top, just Poshi to anyone, and same at the bottom. We didn't need to do that with Giant Judge because they have they use an underscore, so it's pretty clear anyway. But with you don't. So we need to make sure that's clear to people. And then you want to, and then what's your color scheme? What what colors do you want your stream to be?
Probably like red, white, and blue.
Okay.
Like, I do like the configuration of different colors. So like people do red, white, or white, blue, red.
Do whatever you want to do. I would say for yours, do whatever you want to do. That works because it's the Russian flag. It also works with the United States flag. It's a cool finding of who you are. And it shows patriotism in the United States. So, how would I do it? So, you're going to want to tell ChatGPT, make the ring red, the text white, and I would say make the ring red, the text white, put a black border around the text. So I said make red, the ring is red, the text is white,
Red, white,
black border around the text, and then I would say the inside of the circle should be blue, and then your face in front of it is going to be whatever that was. So red ring, white text, black outline of the text, and then a blue center circle with your face in the middle. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Now it's not going to get it right exactly generally on the first try, but it'll be on its way.
Inside of that, what color is that?
So do you see how Giant Judge's Giant Judge's face is on white? Yours is going to be on blue. Now, blue might be a difficult color because it's depending on the picture that you use. It may work perfectly. may have to make some changes to it. But let's try that. That gives you your white and blue. And when you got a version that you like, send it to me. You can send it to me on Discord, and then we'll get something that you're with your company. And I'm going to continue watching.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
I needed
Doing things right, it's pure, it's from a good place. Collegiate wrestlers, Olympic level wrestlers, and guys with high caliber wrestling pedigrees. A place they can go, a major platform, the Fox app, but it's kind of clicks, and they're being compensated. These guys are making six figures.
I used to be a wrestler.
Possible
There you go,
thing
big dog.
is TKO. You're gonna go. It's actually doing better than Sunfire shit we're doing. For positive, it is. We're gonna take it because then what happens is hey, what it used to be. But as a fan, do you don't give a fuck. You want the fights, the exciting stuff. You want passion. You want somebody saying the shit who wants this as bad as you do. The worst thing that can possibly happen to our effort, the future of wrestling, is they get riled by TKO, which if the rate they're doing is probably going to happen. Because what happens is then the students go, cool, thank you, we'll take it from here. How much are you giving these days? Oh, no. We're going to flat for you across the board. We're going to do this. And the conversation and the legal wrestlers don't have a place to go. We guys have sponsors or something. You're going to this thing, but we're going to do these kind of jumps now. Because right now, some matchmakers like obviously show they know they're talking about fighting. Look at some of the matchups in the card. Those are the suits doing that. They don't. It's just the bottom dollar. Right now, you have people working about American wrestling, collegiate wrestling, British wrestling, wrestling. Want to make this the confident for wrestling. It's fantastic. They finally have one. Do not sell out. Do not sell out to the UFC. Do not bring on sponsors. Big sponsors. I'm sure they're doing it. Bring on big sponsors. You're supported. Presenting sponsors and this and this and this. Do not sell out no corporate. It's going to ruin that time thing. Especially this one. Yeah. And as a business owner, you get it, right? We got to create it. Like, man, think about it. I'm doing this, this, and this. And then DKO comes up in 8 years. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million to buy your company. Like, we start this thing. But so you get why they do it. If you're a purist, if you're for the love of the game, and I'm sure the big companies get paid good, but you're fucking up the wrestling. It's got a lot of nowhere to go. You're not going to lose money, so please don't sell out. Please don't sell out. Yeah. I mean, still, at least for now, they're not easy to hear. That coach is whatever. I wasn't trying to do the wrestling. Yeah, Jackson's from this school wrestling. So he's the one who number enough. Where we saw so those are not like this. That's something I get up. So I want to so he still has some he's really hockey too, but hockey, baseball especially, and wrestling. Dude, there's a good comment. They don't get down that flashy bullshit. Real sport. It says, that sounds like it's great. whatever you are. Let's swap. Let's say this is whatever. Anytime the president in office is controversial, it just so happens that the guy on a I'm not so relationship to put a special event on for the fans. You can make them pull it on all the UFC's week organization and everything. Or he just happens to be almost of this guy. And if he wasn't, there's no UFC White House card event. So paint this politely however you want. Take your hand, come back, take your intro data. The fact that there's a front on at the White House is unbelievable. Yeah, but Trump should be this one. I hear all that. Take all that. Yeah, but what he did with ICE, I hear you. All of it. Incredible this noise. The fact that the UFC in 2026 is hosting a steel cage at the lawn of the White House is unfathomable. It is ridiculous. The NFL does this. It beats NHL, MLB. It's insane. But because Trump has come to Trump's controversial and because you're telling me this is just propaganda for the right wing. You dumbass. If Biden was in office, who I don't agree with, who I don't like, I don't give a fuck who's there. The fact if you're afraid of mixed martial arts and you take over your hatred for the political party who's in control of the White House right now, they just let us they do the bullshit in our lives. They're your favorite story that we all know, we all grew up with. We all force references and borrow trade clothes, and the casuals will call each other and say, you have watches, oh my god, you have watches. And the person they deal when they put on phones, there's Junior Santos, right now, he lasted around, right? We all felt so much behind it. Do you remember when he said that ESPN deal to wear on the sports ticker? And you had George Stewart working out fucking UFC deal and just some of this stuff. I mean, I got political stuff. So political, and I get all that stuff. But if you're an actual fan, the fact that Dana White other side. It's hard to scream. I know the right woman is the most good. Y'all your sport that you know they love is having a once in a fucking lifetime event at the White House. It will never happen again. Stop the bullshit. This is like the people that don't talk to the parent. They voted for the left or the right. What? You're letting that stuff get in the way of your relationship with your friends and family. What did you do with next one? You compromised. So these people on MySpace with their MAMs or anti-Trump, all this like propaganda all bullshit with, but you want to share with. Remember, you guys were fighting for the USB mainstream. You were fighting to use on your website, you can use on your podcasts or your shows, that you cancel left and right. Now you're fighting for the mainstream. And now they've pulled off a fucking the White House. Satan's house of all time. It will never be done. And y'all want to hear. You don't want to appreciate that. Because you don't like that Trump's doing this. What president do you agree with 100%? Which one is up to hear? But you're letting all that get in your way of what they have accomplished. Do I have issues with the UFC? Yeah. I have issues with the MLB. I have issues with the NFL. Yeah, sure. But I don't not watch it. I'm not being a pussy. I'm offended. The UFC gets stop racism and they're doing taking it easy and doing all this bullshit. Okay. When Disney's put out this weird shit, which I don't agree with, I don't get it. Not Disney. It's like an effect my life. What? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. People are letting political polarization take away from what is going on. Gee, as the kid never comes from that, a lot of people come. But you need to have what the UFC is coming from. And there's a, if I would have told you 20 years ago, we're talking 1993. The thing is, they're going to do this quote unquote cockfighting at the White House. You're like, oh, dude, you're smoking crap. And y'all want to hate on it. Y'all want to criticize it because you don't agree that Trump's fucking doing you a favor. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're supposed to you love that you got off of criticizing or celebrating every fucking week. Just put a bit on at the goddamn White House. Shut the fuck up. The buck stops there. Yeah, but I'm not talking about all that. All I'm saying is the sport you love is all in effect in the motherfucking White House lawn on a Sunday. How about the damn apples? Yeah, but he falls on your national food. What the fuck? I'm not getting into all that. On Sunday, June 14th, it was the tennis birthday. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. If anybody's birthday, I don't give a fuck. They're just doing it. Cool. If I get it done, I'm going to do it. Who's the boy that you've been fighting for how long, fellas? How long? How long? Bitch, we're in the White House. What the coach? We're in the White House. And if you can put the political guys to the side, I can easily. If Kamala was president, if this term, Obama term, I don't give a fuck who's the head of the team, whose birthday it is, why they're doing it. All I know is this fucking loud at the White House on their Sunday.
got it, Jen. Let's go to some big questions. Sports the March, man. I'm on a ram, buddy. That's what I do, dude. Fight that this weekend. We'll get into it on Thursday's show. Aljo, that's tough fight against the Rocky. It's a tough fight now, but these overheads are too often. Man, Josh, my God, that was my double fight. Josh on the same overhead. The other. But let's get to some fair questions. Guys, please fan questions. Every guys, Mondays you can DM me the question. I see them both Mondays and usually Wednesdays and Thursdays. Fan questions. The best way to get your fan questions is in the YouTube comment section. So submit them there, and they see them, and when you put fan question, it makes it super easy. So let's get into it for Mondays. This is 7:33. Who's the most left out performance trainer, MMA trainer that you'd like to see him out on Friday? Who's the Johnsons? People like John put out there in Vegas. Would like to hear thoughts on some of the key guys. We don't wait to have Delia. He's agreed to interview him. Everyone knows that. We both talk about Ben Belichick. Everyone knows him on there, big dog. Who's the most left out? Thanks for all you do. Tag gang. Man, didn't become like the name was Mark Henry. It was Frank Yeager's a lot of guys. Not to be confused with the WB giant five guys. Mark Henry's based out of New Jersey. He had a pizza joint. He came for the World Cup fight. Chris Weidman, Frank Yeager, a lot of boys, a lot of guys. He's amazing. Speeds guy. He was in Chris Weidman's used to be. This message says Ryan. It's Ryan Dollars. What's up, homie? Interesting. We've been really good at playing UFC, but now we're starting to pick up some steam. Seattle UFC 327. Yeah. Fight nights this week. Tough. Next week before. Tough, but what it is. Do you think they're officially Miami was sensational? UFC 328 is amazing. And the White House card is great. And the international fight week, which we already know will have Gabe, most likely Connor. Does the staff at UFC drink their coffee now? Because the coffee to our closers. Yeah, they can have a couple of cups. They have a couple of cups. I don't know if all of them can, but they have a couple of cups. Especially after Seattle, UFC 327. This means, the main event, Moroccan Devil, it's a high card. The following week, JDM, which is a fantastic fight.
You take care of you, baby. You go, big man. You're welcome. Absolutely. My pleasure.
So she went to Joe Rogan to be wanted to find the connection. It's cool. Sometimes when people get engaged by their thoughts, understand. Go ahead and change things. No rules. No rules. They're in prison. Oh, is it like just two? I don't know. I guess do it too. You see the one. It looks a little higher. Yeah. It's first. God, that's just a trailer. She can just fast forward, but I don't know. Yeah, if it's real, yeah, I think so. So it's real. That's cool. Thanks. Do you think Rabbi would fight for any other league? They seem to see for less money. You know, it's MVP thing. Such a big name. So, it's a weird route to go. Beat KSW, Cage Warriors, LFA. You just like KSW was like champions of lost. Just what's it can say? The UFC. KSW, the Fraser thing. So like that's the difference. They got as far as guys outside the UFC, like he just like any trail, he's on top. A lot of years ago, he was in the UFC. It's a different animal now. He's lost. His last loss was in 2017. He hasn't lost in almost 7 years. Fighting tough guys. Tough Duffy. He's just this. If I'm KSW, I defend his belt. He is a holy shit. He is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep going. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times. Let me check it. 14, 15 times. That's champion. Yeah, isn't it crazy? For whatever reason, we didn't want to pop here. You tell me he would have been a top matchup for Francis? I'm sure like, I'll get my contract. Just going to be able to win. We got the number one in the world. It's the toughest fight I've ever seen by far. Barman. Look him up. Oh. Should Laura Sanko stop wearing suits? She's too sexy for that shit. I don't mind that suit. I still think it looks good. It still looks healthy. She pulled it off. If she pulled it on her face, we're talking about different thing. But she's pretty all the way right. No, she's not. Stop wearing that suit. It's different. Oh. Fan question for Monday's podcast. Being a building bot of all versions of it, making a true test of skill. If you were to get the current champion from individual discipline, wrestling, BJJ, have them fight against each other like UFC 1, which does ultimately be crowned the champion. Fighters all the same weight class, just like Friday, keep up the chat, realness to the podcast. If you're going to take it, appreciate it. If this is like back in the day, it's all just meant wrestling, nothing. Boxing would do the worst. BJJ would do very well either. Wrestling, high-level wrestler, the rest of them know nothing, just their selection video, wrestling dominance. So I dominate today with all this, and all the different, kickboxing, karate, jiu-jitsu, wrestling dominance. Gotta have wrestling foundation for gym. Scotty HD. Bad question. Brock Lesnar just retired from WWE. What are the chances we see any beast? You're saying Brock Lesnar was going to come back like 2027 after both of you stop helping the year of testing comes up. Dude, I'm not on some crazy. I know it. Right now, I'm nowhere near what Brock is nowhere near. I'm on test, and I'll take this morning. I'm on a lot of creatine. Hand to God, I'm not on a bunch of crazy shit. I don't see Brock fighting me in MMA. That ship is sailed. I'd be down. You would be down. I'd be down for a podcast. Winnie Beth sucked. Do you think RIM will have longevity? What are your thoughts about changing to a tournament style? I see what you're saying. Especially wrestling. If you're a wrestler, you know wrestling, or you understand wrestling, because usually tournament format, you can play in the top 8. So I think it'd be great, and it would help people understand wrestling more. But I think the tournament will also have the super matches. As far as longevity, yes, if you keep doing what they're doing, it's fun to keep paying these guys. What you don't want to have happen, like you do early in the show, is you don't want them to sell out to the because that will make you corporate and suity. It's a nightmare. Do we do tournaments on the same day? Oh, sure, yeah. When you meet the swords, right? Yeah, maybe that's wrestling. Yeah, it's got 3 or 4 matches in a day. There you go. Big Buck 24. For the we have everything. I got the graphics today. We got the theme song. We got everything. Reloading studios. So we're in the same building. There's no upper floor. It's a much better setup for us. When we moved here, we moved in pretty fast. We had to look around. That's why the house, we're checking everything. Just, we know the lay of the land now. So much better setup. Yeah, I love it. Right, so this is really too great for the stream, but the absolute code. It's price metro. Kills Charles. Other than every more shots, this is, is it too early to see right now in this moment in this brand? He's the best we've ever seen him. I think he's reasonable given his wisdom. I still do. Once the ideas get that's a big one. That's kind of the one angle we're saying right now. Everyone's seeing commercial really it's the most toughest fight today. I think you can have done against KG. From like KG, but it's a tough one for him. And then I think he's submitting as well times for me as well. So he has some work to do. Against him, I jumped into him and stuff. But yes, for me, it's not done. I think it's like if he is, there's no debate. But even if he never fought his own, could he beat Armin? delicious. Bro, bring back food truck diaries. Pretty please bring us giant nuts on top. And I get this all the time. Food truck podcasts and all that, they're not with food truck. It's a lot, man. And I'm already, this is show the week now. I have twice a week. I feel like I'm doing all the content. This is more. If I had more time, I would do it. If for whatever reason I still do a golden hour if I maybe I was consider some of that stuff, but right now I got other stuff, so I was thinking, everybody be dropping it out. There's a lot of food trucking off stuff. We some off stuff. Yeah. See. People call yourself with too much stock in dumbass. Not to bring up shit but he is the same as stuff for the minimum lunch at different time. He can't control it. So she went to feed fires in the prime. Yeah. So you think it's well be able to beat the prime DC? I don't know, I just feel like Ethanol has a point of something that switching around that way enough. Get to the king of the bullshit that we vision. If he was born at a certain time period, it's not his fault. But on paper, and then also when you see members that are not his movement and his athletic abilities, that's why we're still playing Tom. Unfortunately, he hasn't had a chance to prove it. So we'll see. We'll see if he does against the guys and show a rematch. But even if he beats your guy, real heavyweight back in the day, that's not going to do it. If you're going to take it like free anticipated out now, his issue is he's just fighting at a terrible time like that. There's not the defense, there's not the John Jones, there's not, the Burnetts and Arlovskis and the Frankie's, the Verdunes and the Kings, like JD and the list goes, Travis Brown, the list goes on, and that's not his fault. So, but on paper, and it's you've seen his athletic ability when he fights, those are no problems. But of course, you can't move for Dame_624. Looks like he can fight late notice, validates what he said. He's not really being interested in seeing anymore. I've seen Dana on multiple platforms that he has had multiple meetings with Trump and his team about the car specifically. It also seems like Trump hasn't seen the car before he agreed with it. I think Trump would have to come out here and not be able to call those immediately. Maybe I'm reading in too much. The situation seems weird. Dana knows Trump's favorite fighter is very close. So sure, the first call in the White House from the weekend, sounds like the expected call to that night. Again, could be wrong. I agree. I think that's just not that involved. I don't think he all the money get the UFC to fight at the White House, but Trump said UFC 327. We're there close. That you know that card. Trump know the fighters on that card. Chase Fuller. How do you say international fight when it comes to the international fight week could be? Again, I'm all for it. And I feel like on the show, I'm all for it. It makes all the things. I'm using that in my car. I think come to this. I just don't know what you do because Connor's not going to let it up to 5. If it's 55, don't wait. It's like they're doing. But if Patty beats him, he's 70. He's coming out. What's he going to do for guys besides? Well, 4-9, but it's making me like, don't figure. 55 and the rankings what to do, but the UFC 26 or something like that. I do think you get that English cover. I think they're going to announce it once the White House news comes out and they don't want to spotlight them. Because that's bigger than any fight in the White House. No one. It's a big fan. What's any question? Maybe my biggest fan straight up. Appreciate your love from days when you guys were out. I know when you're not particular. Yeah, we're trying. I don't know you personally, but I'm proud of you. Thanks. I'm also a big fan of the Rootsie crew with OGs. Obviously, with Chad and Callan, OG Dick. The new Dick is great.
ended up being my main pursuit. I was always wondering what finals would be the best at certain positions. For example, I think Izzy would be a good pitcher, same as Moton. But I think Izzy would be a good catcher just because he's thick. Jimmy compares to fighting place with some positions in baseball. Yeah, I think fighting in baseball very specific talent, and it takes a lot of work. So, just because someone's a good athlete isn't going to make them a good fighter, isn't going to make them a good baseball player. You're not going to go very far just based off having a fast 40 or crazy vertical. It takes specific techniques. It takes a lot of time and discipline to execute them. So, like, for instance, another professional sport not like with his own way, like chubby. Football, basketball, soccer, track. But he has this specific skills and coordination. And his club work and the ability to 10,000 hours he's put in to hone his craft makes him a very special baseball player. He's one of my favorites. But anywhere else, he's just not. Again, some guy like Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, these freak athletes, De La Cruz, right? Those are athletes that put the work in to be really good at baseball and then to go great. So I think baseball and MMA are not the best athletes. And it takes a lot of discipline to get really, really good. So it's one of the few sports I don't think you can't just show that because you're a good athlete, you're going to have success. You have to work very, very hard to get good. Fighting, you got to work very, very hard to get good. Baseball, you got to work very, very hard to get good. But you get by with your athleticism. Similar. Riley Tucker. Hey, Brendan. This podcast is going to be with you. Being a big fan from Australia, I'm joining the start next week. I won't be able to listen for 3 months. And listen to the podcast. Any tips for nerves? I'd be appreciated. Tips for nerves. Whatever you got to do is breathe, and then what's making you nervous? Right? We can't control that. So try not to assume what's going to happen or assume what you're going to do. Just take it day by day and breathe. Anxiety comes from the unknown, which you can't control. So there's no reason for it. We can't do anything about it. We don't know what's going to happen. Just take it day by day. Don't overthink. And look, just focus on the task at hand. You start, and we'll deal with what else is coming up. But that's when your anxiety and nerves come about. Like you're fighting, if I get knocked down, if I gas out, you know? There's a saying we fear more than that's not reality. That's where anxiety comes from. Yeah. That's it. Yep. All right, kids, thanks for the questions again. Quick questions on the next 2 episodes. Just submit your questions in the comments below. Put any question, we'll see them. I'll answer them. That's it. I love you guys. First in LA, so the episode might come out late on Friday, but I'll make sure you guys have one on Friday and one on Sunday. All right? Love you guys. See me in what's up. Good luck to all the dads this weekend. Baseball tournaments. I got one. So good luck. I'm out.
Right. There's only Mexican on the mom's side and that's which is like they all Spanish want to fight against each other. I'm not so I have to correct and let me know that I'm not right.
That's so great.
All the rules. My dad can tell me.
How many times have you asked that? That part's fun. It's very aggressive.
Yeah, is that the blood wine?
It's Italian. Crazy people. Yeah. They come from a mad monkey people that lives on a rock somewhere. It's famous. With an Italian girl. People. Like I really hold on. Early age, it was like, they just swing at you and shit. They will fucking swing at you.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Generalizing, right. Still willing to fuck me at the time. They are swinging at me too. And that's it. Savages. Italian people. Like, don't get me wrong. Some food. Yeah.
Really, really smart.
There's a lot of great shit about
Swung and I realized that I was swinging for life and I punched him in the stomach and it was really sad. I hope.
had sex.
I got always want to be personalized like you ever have to put when you put the wrong name and they know it's why itches. That's happening to me right now. There's this guy that always calls me Russell. And my name's Ray. And he's always like, oh, Russell, come here, Russell. Hey, Russell, here, Russell, sit down, Russell. But I couldn't take it anymore. Like, dude, just call me Russell. It's cool. That's all I about 3 or 4 years. I try to get out every night. It's awesome. Yeah, you ready to love?
Before it, you actually what's the name of this?
Wait a second. Your last 2 times you were talking about getting married. No. I actually shows I I thought
You're right. What's going on? Trying to figure out something. He was talking about on one thing about he's want to get married.
so I was thinking sooner to get 9 months ago.
Oh, I changed it in a couple of minutes. It's amazing. Like you said, it was like, no, we have to do it a minute to come here. But I got a lot of time on my hands. Baby. Congratulations. Brad, because of your salary.
Yeah.
Just knock her up. You don't have a choice. Your name is really
Sex.
Is it all sex? Those of you who would get it.
Sir.
Wow, Brad, how far along is she?
She literally 3 weeks ago. And she's got a baby.
Wow. Wait a second. It's a bunch of things. Oh my God.
Like
Let me ask you this. Do you think that he needs to continue your look at all that Ghostbusters 2 bad guy?
so don't let
You're congratulations. Your daughter is going to be funny. Funny guy, yeah. Hopefully that what's the biggest change that you made since finding out that there's going to be a new sex?
I would probably say I so, I'm just kidding. I sort of say more something.
Were you really kidding? Or was that the truth coming out? So you do a lot of things that I was kidding.
You're like,
You're just saying that the changes that happen from things that you can talk about that'll be therapeutic for you, especially now that whether it's called a shit. Right?
true.
Yeah. So that's fun to do. It's not fun. No, I'm kidding. We just heard the music. I thought it'd be a funny place to go. But I don't get into the comedian. I was thinking about it. Out there following along. Normally we would move on to our two monthly regulars, but instead we're going to one more mini. So we can travel so far. You guys are very critical, but heck, if you are
Right.
Great.
Thank you very much. Thanks, sir.
I wish you the best for taking care of your daughter. Wife, nothing funny to say. Just good luck. Oh, God, you gotta be fucking hands.
Yeah, it's well set up. Sunset. Let's go. Now I think it's not helpful.
That's the way they do it, right?
Are you against me? What?
That's the way they do it, right? The hard practice. Left. These people are fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, now fucking internet is
Oh, you said your best.
yeah.
What you guys got for breakfast? Let's
So, I started with like Snapchat. Now that I know it's understand, I'm a step, I'm loving your Snapchat. It's like, loving your thing. You only love it if somebody else can love you. You know, it's not very much. All the time. You better step like it. Saying that you go get some and they're like, good job, buddy.
Congratulations, man, for your first time. Yeah, that was really good.
Is that right?
Really good.
Just sitting there with you. I don't know.
Comedy career. That's a stellar story. He started off dirty. He started off dirty right away. Like, you know, see how when he first said he was just dirty. Nobody knows. You know about like fingering each other and shit. You're 20 years old. You know about shit. You know about life. Shut the fuck up. You're 40 years old. Like you're 20 years old. You're crazy. Job too. Like you know anything else is really relevant.
First time I had to go is dirty. Street is all did you go dirty? I was spot 8. That was so really easy. So I probably tried to act something that other people might feel. Like even at like 7 years to try to you can't say what you say. You're dirty. You're dirty. You could have a long time. Those are people that I don't want to talk to. Real shit. Somehow reach. Dirty jokes ever. First comic ever. I actually remember what actually your bit. You set it up so I was at the bus stop today. Go for the when the bus like you can do it in the house. actually their second minute next week. So we get to watch the parade that goes out there, and they're constantly working and writing on that level at a minute a week, or at least trying to pushing it that
I
hard.
almost have an hour of material because they have a minute.
Right.
Talk to them.
We will, Joe.
First, considering to she went on stage for the first time, much like a couple of guys did tonight, right here on Kill Tony for the first time. And that was many, many weeks ago. She dropped out of college at the University of Florida State out here and said, I'm going to keep doing stand-up. Here she is, the college dropout. Kill Tony.
I feel like I have the right to bear arms, which is why I shave them. This guy told me to like high three, and I was like, I can't do it. I like to follow the speed limit. Because he likes to do too much speed. This Monday, Friday. Okay.
It's weird enough.
Like Steve, right? You're trying to like. It's not the greatest to the new and everybody. Okay, imagine.
Jokes.
All have a very popular no, they weren't. They were actually really, really good. They were your style, and all the time they get to stand up that you worked on is all talking and real stuff. So far, your timing with those jokes wasn't on, but the jokes were extremely well written. But you don't have to really, I mean, kind of
You could think of jokes that you could say how funny. I don't think so. I think they were very good.
want to do it, you just want to let it rip.
Oh, listen, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. You're doing a it's fucking hard. Some jokes aren't going to make it. You get that pretty normal style. I mean, it's if you make everything, that's just how it goes. That's, I think, really, yeah, I really like too much. Personally, as a man, scary. Part of that. We get all. Sorry. So for me, it's hard. And we forever.
It's been a year, right? A little bit over a year. You've been at each. Yeah, there you go.
All that stuff. Like mine. Drums gonna get knocked out. Like, oh, shit.
Like, call it PC right there.
don't think it's nearly enough credit. Unfortunately, a couple years back, so much progression. It was a great. Yeah. I saw it in the 80s. One of the things he was like on Jaws, that fucking thing down. By the end of it, just see, and what you did is kind of what you're trying to do is do yourself. You're see a subject every week. Make this big creative thing out of it. You'll see like a thing going off the person's mind where you take it on the long term. So instead of like, oh, one like your was also great, and you're fucking all the parents, but the time we come in your life, Chappelle does it great until says, but track all this company and all those like especially doesn't happen. So what does never go away. This it's the banana. It goes to us. I said, no, but I want a regular banana later. Yes. I used to do the drug. I still do. That's just because he does not. Crazy. Once later, 31 minutes later, just destroyed me. He was very only him. He was going to talk about the deep country. When you were 1 week to be exact honest. You tried that again. You tried. I just want to do 15 minutes from you because I feel like I just want to kill myself out there. Everything.
No, because even my positives that I did in my life really negative. So like if I feel fiery about something, then I'm like starting to talk. Like that's what it means. I don't really
trade it. So many different ways. As always, a whole great job. I a couple of episodes. Yeah, we've all been on here active on Twitter. So, Probably because we know they sponsor everybody. That's right. Like to officially re-announce that our new sponsor is Diet Scoop since 1938. The caffeine-free thirst quencher cinnamon squirt. Shake you guys less than 1% juice. No calories. It's true. It's totally less than 1% juice. No calories and low sodium. Squirt. A refreshing beverage since 1938. Oh yeah. Shuffling one on. Who's having a wonderful Monday so far? I'll tell you. It's a great Monday for me. I had a crazy job offer happen, and the 12-year-old me would love for me to take a talk on it just yet, but that's going to be something in future episodes that I'm going to talk about. It's a job opportunity that I'm hinting at today.
Alright, now you have already told me about this,
And it's crazy.
alright, we can't really talk about now. Alright,
I'm going to say it's going to be great.
I didn't know theater care was
Yes, great job offer from Kinder Care, the good makers of Kinder Care. It's delicious with the diet scoop.
sort of etiquette.
Oh, yes. Squirt. We do not like to Sprite. I really just lost that. We just want to squirt. We've been for 2 episodes. Oh my god. Yeah, so we just wanted to let you know about that.
Right, what you can't do is Sprite. You can't mix it with tequila and make a margarita instantly.
I made to do this last week and it was thrown in my mouth. A margarita made of squirt and tequila. And you really had to
I'm addicted to it.
Plus. There you go, Brian. There you go. Just to let you know.
No, I mean, really, it's if you mix drinks a lot, like myself, you get sick of something a lot. Like I think I would sick of Jack and Coke. But just 7 for a while. I went to turkey and ginger. And I got the tequila. And there's not really much you can do with tequila except rest out of it. So I got to friends told me that
It's like a sit down and tell you that
yes, it's a first ingredients, but that it does the job. It makes it with the carrot taste great. We could actually do it today if you wanted to. Josh needs so much wrong.
okay. I do love it, but without tequila, deliciousness. Anyway, it's a crazy one, guys. You guys know we do. We went from a bunch of comedians on, and I do a minute and some of the future comedians of the world and the universe. Some of our favorite rising comics, it's a great universe, and you never know what's going to happen. And I always have two amazing guests that come on and talk with me. Your it's always fun, but it's always that every week I'm breaking out of security to keep us safe here on this stage. This is this guy's second job, keeping us safe. We're going to do their autistic thunder jump higher. The autistic.
Can you imagine if like an RPG where you did it in this place and looked at it and apologized?
And it's still the autistic nature. It's more apologies than any other superhero. You're really filling that suit up. I think you're the first one to have a lot of extra slack. That's fun. What night is that? It's like, do you hear your shoes squeaking when you do that? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. It's very annoying. Back to you, quiet man. Sound of the shoes squeaking. You're really on it, guys. Like Weight Watchers?
No.
This sounds like a guy that doesn't have a guy plan whatsoever. It was one step at a time. I leave a couple bites of the In-N-Out burger daily.
Do you eat that or do you just eat a lot?
What did you eat today? Tell the truth, by the way. It's gonna be lunch. Oh, yes. Okay, let's put it up. Really? Oh, my goodness. Maybe we're sticking to the diet. Now I sort of feel bad for you.
I just that is roughly decided to figure more to do instead of pouring it on top of your stuff. It would save about half the calories.
Yeah. You usually monster salad. I'm trying to stream your minds for all of you.
Are you trying to suck your own?
I'll even put clothes on. Were you
On your book.
a lot of human? Well, since you said that, I'm going to say
Just one thing.
to this very day, we just don't have very many humans. You're 30? Buddy, you're just very the biggest 11-year-old I know. Turning 30. Love it. And you must be excited, Josh, because I know for a fact that you're a pro wrestling fan. I'm talking about being into the mask for a second here. So what do you think about Rowdy Roddy Piper being here? There's somebody in the crowd that who doesn't know. Maybe we give a little short background on the man. It's going to be on this show. Okay, that's not a good start. Just because
You do know.
first meeting to improvise his own statement on wrestling. He was called Papers, and he always did recognize it. These wrestlers were always, I don't want to be a background. So you really have to improvise. I mean, that's a big thing. He's also B6. She is the star of the movie They Live in many other great movies, and we're very excited to have him here. Awesome. And thank you, Josh. That's right. For our producer, Josh Martin, everybody. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin. Josh Martin always the autistic patriot is on Twitter. Sticking on there. You really know your autism, which I love. We had a really good show on Friday. Bryce House with Joe Rogan and Joe Herrera. It was just exciting to have the show on the road. Are you going to be at Comic-Con 2014 this year? Well, we will be there. July 23rd and 24th, we're going to be there doing shows. So any of the comics listening to this at home, sign up. You'll be able to go to the American Comic Co on July 23rd and before the show and get on stage locally. So it's going to be fun. So good to be there with Josh. Oh, there you go. That might you were going to say that. One of those is a lot more sad than the other. It's like some perks that non-disabled people get. You have that tax that gets you. Hell of a deal. I mean, that special Uber is like. I'll have to turn that one out when you get 60 seconds one day. All right. Much love indeed. If you don't know, that is Josh Martin's much love because he can't help but to say it's his way of closing up everything by saying extra love. Sometimes we'd all be a lot better people if we had autism. Together for Josh Martin's joining us. So fun. So exciting. Josh